I promised something to you all before we broke for lunch, and it was a Star Trek-like surprise, and I tend to keep my promises, okay? So this next guest, she had a Star Trek starship named after her, and it was the fastest ever. But that is just one of her many accomplishments. Please take a look.
I had a dream to one day become an Air Force Thunderbird pilot. She's the first female on any U.S. military fighter jet team in history. And when I think about headwinds, I think about them coming from three different places. The times that you have to overcome self-doubt, the times that you have to adapt to organizational or cultural change, and the times that you have to deal with the completely unexpected in your life. I'm a survivor of late-stage neurological tick-borne illness. When you find yourself in a position like this, don't waste energy on things you can't control. Being the best is about pushing the envelope. And this metaphor here is about pushing your envelope as an individual. There is not a single one of us on this stage that is either impressed or intimidated by naysayers or indiscriminate critics. Failure is the price of entry for achieving something great. Going after big dreams and gnarly dreams, there's going to be bumps and turns in the road. The beauty, I think, of failure, too, is that you come away with it a lot more focused, a lot more determined and committed, and I think also a lot more humble.
It is my honor and pleasure to welcome to the stage the first female Thunderbird pilot, Nicole Malachowski. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that welcome. Good afternoon, Lifewave. Woo! You all are a high energy crowd. I actually flew in yesterday, and the second the doors to the hotel opened, you could just feel the positivity. You could feel the energy. You could feel the friendship of this network here. And I'm just absolutely delighted to be joining you. And so when I checked in last night, they gave me a key to my room, which was on the 7th floor. And of course, the first thing I like to do when I get to a hotel room is immediately drop my bags and go to the window to see the view. Do you ever do that? Yeah, and there was that big super moon out last night. So I was gonna see if I could find it. So I get to my room, drop my bags, go to the window, throw the shears aside, and immediately I jump back. I'm hit with two thoughts. The first, I totally forget I am petrified of heights. It's true. I know I'm a pilot, but I'm afraid of heights. So I jump back from that 7th floor window. And the second feeling I have is, what in the world am I doing here? Have you ever walked into a room or a situation and thought, what in the world am I doing here? I'm thinking to myself, what in the world, an old washed up fighter pilot and a harried mother of 14-year-old twins, right, possibly have that she can impart a bunch of professionals here at Lifewave that work in health technology? And you might be asking yourself the same question, and that's okay. But as I was preparing for this event, talking to the Lifewave team, learning about all of you, there was a certain theme that kept coming up over and over again, and it went something like this. In 20 years, this is the best group of brand partners we've ever had. This is going to be the best event of the year. We are slated to have our best year yet. And it was, I think in those words, the best, that kept coming up over and over again when talking about all of you. Now, sometimes people look at my background as a fighter pilot, as an American Air Force Thunderbird pilot, and they'll look at me with a straight face and literally ask, Nicole, what's it like to be the best? And when I get asked that, I laugh and I laugh. Because I can assure you, I, Nicole Malachowski, have never individually been the best at anything that I've ever done. But I have been a part of some of the best teams. And I learned over time that these best teams have a certain set of characteristics, a certain mindset. And it's what I like to call the pushing the envelope mindset, which is what I'm going to talk to all of you about today. But before we do that, I want to introduce you to someone very important to me. All right, feast your eyes on that. Oh, that's my jet. I know. Thank you, taxpayers of America. That's the mighty F-15E Strike Eagle. That's the jet I flew in 3 fighter squadrons. I commanded a squadron of F-15Es. That is the jet that took me and my friends safely in and out of the sky more times than I could count. She is a beast, and yes, it's a she, all right? You know, and you've all heard this term pushing the envelope before. It comes from aviation. It's all about taking the aircraft to its maximum performance. Let me tell you a little bit more about her. She's capable of flying upwards of 50,000 feet, pulling 9 times the force of gravity, and flying twice the speed of sound. It's extraordinary, right? And one of the greatest joys of my career was teaching brand new pilots, brand new lieutenants, how to fly and employ that aircraft. And every time I take a new pilot up on their first flight, they do the exact same thing. They would fly that beautiful piece of technology at 20,000 feet, 250 miles an hour, and pull 2 Gs. Like, what a waste, right? What a waste of extraordinary capability. And so as I talk to you today, I want you to think of yourself as that aircraft, the individual teams you're leading back home as that aircraft. Lifewave, writ large, as that aircraft. The pushing the envelope mindset says, am I bringing all of myself to work every day? And importantly, am I creating an environment where everybody around me on this team can bring the best of themselves as well? And I found over time that this pushing the envelope mindset requires 3 distinct traits, and those traits are courage, trust, and vulnerability. None of those surprise you. But what I hope to do today is share a few stories from across my flying career to give you a slightly different lens or a slightly different paradigm to look at how you can push the envelope across 2024 and beyond. But before we do that, I thought we would watch a flying video because flying videos are cool. That's right. And there is an expectation that the fighter pilot will show up with a flying video. So I'm going to check that square, but there's actually a point to this video. If you look on the screen there, that's actually me you see in the cockpit. That's a different jet called the F-16 Fighting Falcon, painted in the red, white, and blue colors of the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. Yeah. How many of you have actually seen the Air Force Thunderbirds fly? Woohoo! All right. And I know we're joined by a very wonderful international audience today. So I know there's so many countries out there with their own individual demonstration teams, and I want to acknowledge that. Now, how many of you have been to an air show of any kind? Yes. Okay, that's awesome. So when you go to an air show or the air show comes to town, it's exciting, right? It's on television, it's in the newspaper, it's a patriotic event, it's a family event. People are excited, right? There's funnel cake and warm beer, like people are happy. And I get asked a lot, Nicole, what was the best part about being a Thunderbird pilot? And they think I'm going to say the flying or the travel or all the famous people and celebrities I met, but none of those are the answer. When people ask me, Nicole, what's the best part about being the Thunderbird? The answer is this. The best part would happen after we landed. So we would do loops to music for 30 minutes. We would land and we would walk over to the autograph line or the audience, where we would sign autographs, answer questions, chat, take selfies, all of that. And it was really odd to me because in the 2 years I flew air shows, there was a certain theme that always came up from the audience, always from adults, never from kids. People would look at me with a straight face and be like, wow, you're a fighter pilot. That's cool. You're an Air Force Thunderbird pilot. That's elite. Then they'd look at me like I'd grown a third eye. You're a woman Thunderbird pilot. Like, I don't even know what to say about that. And then with a straight face, people would literally say things like, Nicole, you must be different than the rest of us. Nicole, you must somehow be naturally gifted. My personal favorite. Nicole, the path in front of you must have just been smooth. Woo! And I would smile and demur because I think they were trying to pay me a compliment. But inside, I'm thinking, you have got to be kidding me, right? The path for me to get to the cockpit of that red, white, and blue F-16 was littered with twists, turns, bumps, bruises, mistakes, and failures all along the way. So the lesson that I learned a long time ago that I want to share with you today is this. The path to success for any individual or for any team will always be nonlinear. The path to success will always be nonlinear. So this video was taken my first year on the team way back in 2006. It's a minute and a half long, and 50% of the in-cockpit video comes from inside my jet. So it's your chance to fly as American Air Force Thunderbird number 3. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. Thank you. I do miss the flying. It was a lot of fun, but what is more fun is standing on stage and watching all your faces when those 4 jets cross over, right? And I'll answer the question that's on your mind. We passed with 1,000 miles per hour of closure at about 32 feet apart, which is less than the width of the screen you see here to my right. Courage, trust, and vulnerability in action. A very visual depiction, I think, of what I mean by pushing the envelope. So let's talk a little bit about this trait of courage, what it takes to push the envelope in your personal life and in your professional life. Let me ask, have you ever had a dream or a goal that was so big, so complex, so gnarly? The idea of actually going after it makes you get a knot in your stomach and the voice in your head that says that dream is too big for you. Maybe you have an idea that would completely innovate how Lifewave does business, but you're thinking, I don't want to share that idea because I don't want to go against the status quo. I don't want to be the guy that rocks the boat. I think we've all had moments like that. I had a dream growing up as a little kid to one day grow up and become an Air Force Thunderbird pilot. It's hard enough to become a fighter pilot. It's even harder to become an Air Force Thunderbird pilot. For context, in the American active duty Air Force today, there's 12,000 pilots. Of those, 2,000 are fighter pilots, and of those 6, only 6 have a chance of ever becoming an Air Force Thunderbird. It's statistically improbable. Anybody, oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. But it's statistically improbable, right, that anybody becomes a Thunderbird, but obviously it's not impossible. But this idea of me actively pursuing this dream, no way. Every time I thought about it, the voice in my head would say this: other people become Thunderbird pilots, Nicole, not you. And so I kept that dream inside. I went about becoming a fighter pilot, flying that beautiful F-15E Strike Eagle you saw earlier, doing my job out around the world. And every year, the American Air Force sends an email to all its fighter pilots that says the same thing. Comes at the same time every year. It says, we're looking for 3 new Thunderbird pilots. It's a 2-year assignment, so 3 pilots are new, 3 pilots experienced on their 2nd year. It says we're looking for 3 new Thunderbird pilots. Here's the qualifications, here's the application. And even though I was qualified, and even though it had been my dream since I was a child, every year I would do the same thing. Ding, into the inbox. I would read the email, and then I would delete. Delete, delete, delete. Other people become Thunderbird pilots, Nicole, not you. Until about 2005. I've been a fighter pilot about 8 years. I found myself with every single certification and qualification you could have as a frontline fighter pilot, and ding, into the inbox came that dang email. And for whatever reason, as I read it that year, a light went on in my mind and in my heart. And as I read that email, I thought to myself, why not me? Why not me? And I went to bed and I tossed and I turned and I thought about this dream. Thank you. And I woke up that next day, and with all the energy and courage I could muster, the voice in my head saying, don't do it, I walked into the work and I spoke my dream out loud. I told my peers, my colleagues, my supervisors, my chain of command, I'm applying to be a Thunderbird. And generally speaking, initially, people were very supportive. I was tickled. I appreciated the support, but as the days went by and they had time to think about it, if I earned $1 for every time I heard this, you know, Nicole, it's hard to become a Thunderbird. You know, Nicole, you probably won't get picked. You know, Nicole, they've never had a woman Thunderbird pilot before. Are you sure you want to do that? Over and over and over, I heard the same things, but I said, no, Nicole, stay focused. Put this application together. A big, detailed application, as you might imagine for a job like that. A picture of me in uniform, a letter of why I wanted to be a Thunderbird, all of my career-long HR or performance reports, all of my annual career-long flying test, or what we call check ride scores. But the thing that was weighted the most, the thing that counted the most in this application, was a letter of recommendation from the first full bird colonel in my chain of command. Now, I am a 30-year-old young captain here. At that time, a full bird colonel? That was high ranking. That was intimidating. A colonel was a big deal. I'm now a retired full bird colonel, and I can assure you we're not a big deal. We're a dime a dozen. But I thought, I'll draft the letter for him. All I have to do is draft this letter. I'll take it in and I'll get his signature. So I put this application together, and I remember this day like it was yesterday. The whole application together, the letter I had drafted for him, with all the courage I could muster, I walked into work, into his office, slid the application across the desk to his staff, and said, I'm applying to be a Thunderbird. And I'll never forget it. The gentleman on the staff looked right at me and said, you know, Nicole, it's hard to be a Thunderbird. You know, Nicole, you probably won't get picked. You know, Nicole, we've never had a woman Thunderbird pilot before. And the colonel only has one recommendation he's allowed to give. So we're not sure we want to waste it. Boom, right? Imagine how you would feel standing there, right? I felt sucker punched, the wind taken out of my sails. And in that moment, here's what happened. I reached across the desk, I grabbed my application, and I removed it. I almost never became a Thunderbird pilot at all. I removed my application, I looked at him, and I said, you're right. I am so sorry for having bothered you. And I walked out feeling embarrassed and ashamed. Other people become Thunderbird pilots, Nicole, not you. And I did what any self-respecting fighter pilot would do at that time. I went across the street to the officers club and I grabbed a beer. So I'm over there drinking my beer, talking to the guys about the day's flying, thinking, thank goodness I didn't put myself out there. Thank goodness I didn't risk failure. Who were you, Nicole, to think you could be a Thunderbird pilot? And as I'm sitting there talking to the guys, a door over here opens up about the distance from that wall, and in walks the wing commander. Now, the wing commander is a brigadier general, a general. Super intimidating to a young captain. He's 6'5". He walks over, he's standing way up here, he looks down at me. He makes small talk with me to this day. I have no idea why he came over to talk to me, and I don't really recall what we were talking about. I just know I was intimidated. So he's talking to me, I'm talking to him, and in that moment, over walks my immediate supervisor, a guy by the name of Dan Debris, call sign Trash. Trash Debris. That's where call signs come from, okay? So Trash comes over all excited. He says, General, did you know Nicole's applying to be a Thunderbird? I'm thinking, oh, no. Neither of them knew I had decided to remove my application. In that moment, the general looks way down at me and he goes, that's great, Nicole. How's your application going? I took a swig of my beer. I looked way up at him and I said, you know, sir, it's hard to be a Thunderbird. You know, sir, I probably won't get picked. You know, sir, they haven't had a woman before, so I don't want to waste anyone's time. Everything everyone else had said had taken up room in my own head and was now coming out of my own mouth, that voice of self-doubt. And in that moment, General Mark Matthews, gave me one of the single greatest pieces of advice. And I want you to remember this the next time you're nervous about dreaming big, the next time you've got that innovative idea, but you're a little hesitant. I want you to remember this. He looked down at me, put his hand on my shoulder, looked me in the eye and said, Nicole, nobody wants to lead a scripted life. Nobody wants to lead a scripted life. And with those words, he took the weight of the world off my shoulders. He was telling me it's okay to dream big. It's okay to go against the status quo. It's okay to take some risk when you're pursuing personal and professional growth. And it's not so much he's telling you and me to write ourselves into the script. Hear what he was saying. Don't you ever write yourself out of the script. And as friends and teammates and leaders in here, don't ever write anybody else or their wild ideas out of the script either. Nobody wants to lead a scripted life. And it's a reminder, too, of talent management. Where are you looking for talent and ideas as you grow your teams and as you network? Because I guarantee you, nobody saw me coming or anybody like me, right? Thank you. Nobody wants to lead a scripted life. And I get asked a lot, Nicole, did you ever get the letter of recommendation from the colonel? No, I did not. But I did get the letter of recommendation from a general. So let's talk a little bit about this trait of trust, the type of trust you need to push the envelope as an individual and to take your teams to that next level of performance, right? So I go through this application process. I get picked as one of 6 elite Thunderbird pilots. I'm at the height of my qualifications and certifications. I am super excited to show up to that base on the very first day. I want to go fly, right? And I remember walking onto the base, this giant, beautiful red, white, and blue hangar. I walk in super excited, 30 years old, fighter pilot, Thunderbird. I walked in and I said, hi, I'm Nicole Malachowski. I'm ready to go fly. And I was met with nothing but silent stares by all the people in the hangar. I thought, well, maybe they didn't hear me. I said, hi, I'm Nicole Malachowski. You know, people are going to go to air shows to watch me fly. I'm ready to go fly. And I'll never forget, the senior enlisted gentleman looked right at me with a straight face and said, quote, you don't get to touch our jet until I say you can, end quote. Woo, rough first day on the job, right? I walked back, I kind of looked at him. He says, you don't get to touch our jet until you get to know each and every one of us, our names, our spouses' names, our kids' names, our hometowns, our hobbies. Further, you, Miss Pilot, need to go do a little mini internship with every single other career function on this team. So you have a better understanding of where you fit into this highly interdependent puzzle. So you have a better understanding how if you don't do your job to the highest level of excellence, it impacts us. And how if we don't do our job to the highest standards, it impacts you. You see, the Thunderbirds were 125 people from 25 different career functions who came together to make that elite mission happen. And all it took was one of us, just one, not doing our job to that highest expected standard of excellence. And that entire elite mission would fall apart. The Thunderbirds taught me a very valuable lesson very early on, and it is this: nothing of significance is ever accomplished alone. Nothing of significance is ever accomplished alone. And I will tell you something I just learned about Lifewave over the last few weeks and the last few months. I've been hanging out doing reconnaissance in the atrium and at the bar. I talked to some of you. Yeah, I did. You know, what you do is significant. You empower people to live in the light. You help people maximize their human potential, right? We live well and young. I mean, like, you guys are phenomenal. What you do is you help people physically, mentally, and I even say spiritually. What you do is significant. And it takes all of you moving in the same direction to get this mission done. Nothing of significance is ever accomplished alone. And for 3 weeks, I didn't fly. Ugh, torture for a pilot. I turned wrenches with the crew chiefs under the jet. I learned about the budget, public affairs. I learned about logistics. And after 3 weeks of no flying and learning about everyone else, then and only then did they let me touch that jet. And I remember that first day I went flying. I walked out into that bright sun on that hot Las Vegas, Nevada day, because that's where the Air Force Base is. Yeah, Vegas. Walked out into that hot Las Vegas sun, out to that red, white, and blue F-16, super excited. And I start to do the walk around. The walk around is the first thing a pilot does before they go fly. They're checking to make sure the aircraft is safe and airworthy. You've seen your airline pilots do it. You look out the window and she is walking around making sure the wings didn't fall off overnight, there isn't a fuel or an oil leak. I've been flying since I was 12. I've been a fighter pilot for 8 years. Instinctually, it's the first thing I do. I start to do that walk around. And as I approach the jet, I'm met by these two crew chiefs. Nate on the left, he jumps between me and the jet, puts his hand up and goes, "Ma'am, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm doing my walk around like I always do." He says, "Oh, no, ma'am, you don't do that here. We do it. I'm trained to do it. I've already done the walk around. The aircraft is safe and airworthy. Get in." I'm looking at him thinking, who are you? How am I supposed to trust you with my life? And then Dave on the right, he kind of ups the ante. He says, "Not only do we pre-flight your aircraft for you, ma'am, we pre-flight all of your life support equipment as well, as in my life." He says, "We pre-flight your G-suit, your harness, your helmet, your ejection seat, ma'am. I've already done that. The aircraft is safe and airworthy. Get in." Now, if I'm being honest, I'm looking at these two great professionals, these two great Americans, and I feel nothing but a knot in my stomach and a feeling of resentment towards my own teammates. Who are you? I just met you. How am I supposed to trust you with my life? Why do things have to be different? I've always done it this way. You ever felt like that when change comes along? Yeah. And day after day, I came out to fly during training season, and I always feel that way. And then about 2 months into this 3-month long training program, I walked out into that hot Las Vegas sun, and Nate was down on his hands and knees, sweating through his uniform, dripping sweat down his brow, polishing the wheel well of this F-16 to the finest detail. And it hit me as I looked at him. He takes as much pride in doing his job as I do. He takes as much pride in doing his job as I do. The next time you're working in that team environment, maybe you've got a little bit of tension, and you're kind of having one of those moments. I want you to remember this story. Pause, take a deep breath, step back, afford that teammate a moment of grace, and look at them and think to yourself, they take as much pride in doing their job as I do. And Dave on the right, he had a really, really important job. He was 6'6" tall, 250 pounds. I would climb into the cockpit. He would climb up the ladder, look down at me, and his job was to strap me into my ejection seat. Think about that. Dave Batterson, the only thing standing between life or death should something catastrophic happen to me in the aircraft. Dave would climb up that ladder. He would strap me into the ejection seat. He would check those connections. I would double check. He was checking those connections, right? And he started doing this cool thing before he went down the ladder. He would reach out his hand to me and we would clasp hands. And he would yell at me very enthusiastically, "Rock and roll, 3. Rock and roll, that meant have a good flight. 3, that was me, my name, my position on the team. And day after day, we did this. About 2 months into this training program, I had another trust aha moment. He climbed up the ladder, he strapped me in, "Rock and roll, 3. And for the first time ever in my 8 years as a professional fighter pilot, I looked up at my crew chief and spontaneously said, "Thanks for letting me borrow your jet. Thanks for letting me borrow your jet." Now, how is it I had gone my entire career as a professional fighter pilot and I had never stopped to acknowledge and show gratitude to the very people who enabled and empowered and resourced me to do what I do every day? When was the last time you stopped as brand partners at Lifewave with your teams, as people back home with your families and communities, to acknowledge and show gratitude to all those who enable and empower and resource you to do what you do? A lot of times we think this, there you go. And a lot of times we think this appreciation has to come in the form of these giant superior performer awards or the annual awards gala. And I know there's some award winners in here. And that's important. We need to do that. But what I'm talking about here are those small moments, those day-to-day appreciation that says, "I see you, I appreciate you." Maybe it's those words, a quick email, a phone call, my personal favorite, a handwritten note. Because it's in these moments of simple and daily appreciation that trust on a team is built. And with trust, you will get loyalty. And with loyalty, I promise you will always get increased measures of performance. And I want to pause right now to show you how it's done. Appreciation is simple. I'm on a stage in front of 1,000 new friends right now. Thanks to the amazing AV production team that you don't see behind the scenes and sitting over there. I want to say thank you to them. Thank you. Let's give a hand. And you know who else is working really hard right now? The 11 foreign language and our ASL translators up here. So let's give it up for the 12 translators today. I see these translators. I appreciate these translators. My friends, it is that easy. Take the time to acknowledge and show appreciation. Now, one of the things, if you can go back a slide to the six jets there, one of the things that I love the most, of course, was, let's see, there we go, the formation here. This is called the Delta Formation. It's the only time in the show that all six jets get together. It's my favorite formation. Think about it, six jets flying at 500 feet, 500 miles an hour, upside down, 3 feet away from each other. It is extraordinary. And I had never flown with these 5 other pilots before. They were just regular fighter pilots who got picked through the same hard process. We got picked, crammed together, and told to go do this. Right? It's pretty extraordinary. Earlier today, I was talking to one of your brand partners here. Her name's Jerry. I can see her over there. Jerry from North Carolina. Hey, Jerry. Jerry and I were talking. It's kind of like, hi, Jerry. Nice to meet you. Let's go fly at 500 feet, 500 miles an hour, upside down, 3 feet away from each other. Are you in? Right? That's asking a lot. And the number one question I would get asked was about this formation. And the number one question people would ask me was this: Nicole, what does it take to build that level of trust? What a fantastic question. Nicole, what does it take to build that level of trust? And people think I'm going to say, well, we have a training syllabus. It's 3 months long, just like you have training programs when you bring people into Lifewave. They think I'm going to say, well, there's certain process and procedure, minimum altitudes, maximum airspeeds, just like I'm sure you have process and procedure at Lifewave. They think I'm going to say something like, I don't know, like there's certain certifications and qualifications you need as a fighter pilot to do this, just like there's certifications and qualifications and different levels of experience at Lifewave. And all of those things are true, but none of them get to the heart of the answer. When people ask me, Nicole, what does it take to build that level of trust? The answer is this: you build trust by being trustworthy. You build trust by being trustworthy. A lot of times on teams, and I know I have done this, so I'll be vulnerable. A lot of times on teams, right, we look at people and we go, I'm not sure I can trust that guy. That gal, she needs to prove to me that I can trust her. I could do it faster if I just did it myself. You ever felt that way? Yeah. I'm here to say, elite performing people like you, the elite teams that you're leading, Lifewave, think of trust differently than that. Trust doesn't come to you from other people on a team. Trust emanates outward from your actions, your decisions, and your behaviors. You build trust by being trustworthy. Each and every one of you in here called to a very specific role. I was Thunderbird number 3, right wing. You got the leader there at the top, David Schmidt, right? Setting the vision, setting the direction, setting the speed, each and every one of you, his wingman, fulfilling a role. I was immediately down into his right, number 3. I had to be the best number 3 I could be, each and every one of you, fulfilling a role because of your unique strengths, your unique skill sets, your unique experience levels. If I was sick, that spot went empty. If my jet was broke, that spot went empty. It's not as simple as just swapping the right wing to the left wing position. Those are 2 completely different skill sets and maneuvers. I had to be the best number 3 I could be. And I had to let my teammates do the same. All of you given a certain level of accountability and responsibility. I was given a 3-foot bubble of accountability and responsibility, right? I could go up and down 3 feet, left and right 3 feet, forward and aft 3 feet. And as long as I did that and everyone else on my team did that, that's how that formation came together in alignment. Everyone going in the same direction behind the leader, plus or minus 1 degree of heading, plus or minus 1 to 2 knots of airspeed. You build trust by being trustworthy. You need to be so good, so dependable, so reliable that if anybody on your individual team across Lifewave writ large, and most importantly, one of your customers or clients has a question about what it is you do, you want them to instinctually pick up that phone and call you. You build trust by being trustworthy. Now, there's something else I think about when I look at this formation. It's the last thing an American Air Force fighter pilot says to their wingman before we go fly. And I don't care if it's in training, in combat, or an air show. The last thing I say to my wingman as a leader as we step out to the jets is this: When in doubt, always honor the wingman contract. When in doubt, always honor the wingman contract. What do I mean by that? Those two words, wingman contract, that phrase means everything to an American Air Force fighter pilot. It is our unspoken bond and promise to each other. It is the gentleman's handshake and the gentlewoman's agreement that says this is who we are. And under this wingman contract, I promise that I have expectations of your professional behavior. We have expectations of each other's standards of performance. And under this contract, I promise you, I will hold myself accountable to that contract. And out of caring and compassion for you as a teammate and a shared commitment to what you're trying to do as a team, I promise to hold you accountable to the contract too. The wingman contract, my friends, is the culture. And a lot of times when we bring up that culture, sometimes it feels a little nebulous. I'm here to say the culture is everything. It's that foundational agreement you have in Lifewave, whether you're serving in Texas and out there in Ireland or anywhere in between along this big globe, this big international group you have. You are committed to each other and you come together at events like this to recommit to that wingman contract. You know, a lot of times on teams, that wingman contract comes in the form of maybe a mission statement, a vision statement, a list of values and principles. We know Lifewave has those. Do you have them on your individual teams? What does it look like? What is that promise? What is the expectation of each other's performance? Have you translated it? Have you committed to it as a team? Is there a way to hold each other accountable? A wingman contract is vital for a team because it applies to everyone equally, from the newest, youngest intern, hire the brand new person, all the way up through all of you, all the way to the CEO, David Schmidt, and everybody in between equally. Why does it matter? Because a wingman contract will enable and empower people at all levels of an organization to make independent, agile decisions at the exact time and place that it's needed that will always be in alignment with where this Lifewave team is going. Ask yourself, is what I'm about to do in alignment with the Lifewave wingman contract? And if it is, move out. And move out with confidence, knowing you're going in the right direction, because we don't have time to call a meeting every time a decision needs to be made. We don't have time to hold another Zoom call or answer another email, right? A wingman contract is about efficiency. It's about empowering your teammates to be agile at the time and place that your customer and clients need it, right? And what is that Lifewave wingman contract? It's in your 4 values, right? It's in your brand pillars. High quality products and innovation, leading with service and social responsibility. And if I have those memorized, you should too, right? Ask yourself, is what I'm about to say or do in alignment with the Lifewave wingman contract, what you are committing to here at these events, and indeed move out with confidence after that. Now, one of the hardest things I had to learn how to do as a Thunderbird pilot was learn to fly like a Thunderbird pilot, because we don't fly like this in the regular Air Force. And we have a 3-month-long training program, and it's crawl to walk to run. Starts out easy, gets harder. So when we started training, we would fly this formation on the left. It's called diamond formation. I loved diamond formation. I was good at diamond formation. I was comfortable in diamond formation. And we would try to learn new maneuvers from diamond formation. We'd try it 10 or 20 times. Light bulb would go on. We would move on with the syllabus, which got harder and harder until I met my nemesis, the formation on the right. I don't even like looking at the picture to this day. I never liked that formation. It's called trail formation. There's 4 aircraft stacked vertically on top of each other. Do you see all 4 aircraft? I am 3rd down from the top. I've got 2 aircraft above me, the closest 3 feet from the top of my canopy, a 4th aircraft underneath me, 3 feet away, who I cannot see, who's 100% dependent on me for his safety. Now, one of the reasons I did not like trail formation is as we are stacked vertically on top of each other, all it takes is one pilot, just one, letting off by 0.1 the force of gravity, and that entire formation can collapse on itself. It is my opinion that that is the formation where both the Thunderbirds and the Blue Angels accept the highest level of risk. And we were trying to learn a maneuver from trail called the trail to diamond roll. It's just like it sounds. We're all going to be in trail. We're going to roll to the left. We're going to end up in diamond formation. What you need to know is it's the single hardest maneuver for the number 3 position to fly. Out of sheer aerodynamics, I have to roll more, pull more than anybody else in order to make it happen. In fact, it's so complex, so difficult, so high risk that as of 2 years ago, the Air Force Thunderbirds no longer fly this maneuver. Now, here I am at the height of my career, the height of my qualifications, the height of my skill set, supposedly an elite Thunderbird pilot, and no matter how many times we practiced this maneuver, I couldn't figure it out. It was so frustrating, so hard on my ego. How was this happening to me? Why was this happening to me? What is wrong with me? To top it off, everybody else on the team had it figured out. I was the anchor. I was the failure. I was the one holding the team back from moving on with the training syllabus. We tried this maneuver 30 times, 50 times, 100 times. I couldn't figure it out. I'm going to show you a video of me failing at it during training. Take a look on the screen. There's 4 jets. I'm 3 down from the top, right? I am 3 down from the top. We are not at 3-foot spacing. We are supposed to be at 3-foot spacing, but in this video, we're at about 8 to 10 feet spacing. Why is that? Because I can't figure it out, right? So what's going to happen when I hit play is you're going to see all the jets start to roll to the left. Halfway through the roll, I'm going to fly away from everybody else and do my own air show. All right? I'm going to get 24 to 30 feet away, or 8 to 10 times outside of the standard. So here is me failing and flailing. I hope you enjoy it. I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking, Nicole, that looked pretty good to me, right? I know, right? But here's the thing. It wasn't good. It was 3, 10, 15, 20 feet well outside of the standard. It was a D+, C- effort. I knew it and everybody else on the team knew it. And I remember we went into debrief that day, and as a team, the 5 other pilots looked at me and had a collective exhale. Nicole, we can't waste any more time trying to learn this maneuver. We've already done it way more than we needed to. We have a syllabus we have to get through. We have a month left to learn everything else. We have a graduation date. There's air shows in Dallas that we need to get to. They're on the calendar. We can't waste any more time trying to learn this, Nicole. So instead of flying it at 3 feet, we'll just fly it at 8 feet. Ugh, right? Like a dagger through the heart. Remember, the standard you are willing to walk past is the standard you are willing to accept. And I knew in that moment I was not going to be able to mentally and psychologically get past this failure and weakness of mine. And I remember this day like it was yesterday. I remember taking a deep breath and saying the 3 hardest words in the English language for some reason. I took a deep breath, looked at these 5 other pilots, these great men, and I said, I need help. I need help. What is it about those 3 words that stop us in our tracks? What is it about those 3 words that make us feel so weak and so vulnerable when in fact it's a sign of strength? And in that moment when I said I need help, it was like a big giant red flag to my teammates. They kind of looked at me like, oh, Nicole said the H word, you know? And my teammates stopped. For the next 2 days, we did only that maneuver over and over and over hundreds of times until I got it right. Because it was the right thing to do by me as a teammate, it was the right thing to do by our wingman contract, and importantly, it was the right thing to do by our customer and client, the audience on the ground, who has an expectation of 3 feet of excellence. And I'm happy to say after hundreds of times and 2 straight days of efforts, I figured it out. Take a look on the screen. The bottom right-hand corner is the reflection of my helmet. Look above you, there are 2 aircraft. The closest is now 3 to 4 feet from the top of the canopy. I have a 4th aircraft you cannot see underneath you 3 to 4 feet away, who's 100% dependent on you for his safety. Now, one of the reasons I really didn't enjoy the trail to diamond roll is if you look at my hands here, as we start to roll to the left, the aircraft above you is going to slide down and to the left, and at that instant, our wingtips will cross at about 12 to 18 inches apart. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. Thank you. And it felt good to get it right. It felt good to be vulnerable. That's part of the pushing the envelope mindset. The lesson here for you and me is very simple, my friends. You are never too experienced, too good, too certified, too qualified, too high up in the Lifewave org chart, right? To ask for help when you need it. And it is never beneath any of us in here to offer help, never from a place of judgment or shame, but always from a place of caring and compassion for this brand and a shared commitment to what you are trying to do here. Ask for and offer help. I got one last story to share with you today. It hits on this idea of vulnerability as well. One of the hardest things I had to learn how to do as a Thunderbird pilot was learn to stay in formation when we encountered turbulence. Turbulence being a metaphor for change, turbulence being a metaphor, the headwinds that we all experience in our personal and our professional lives. They are bound to come along, these challenges, right? We all experience them. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Nicole, you just told me you've been flying since you were 12 years old. You've been a professional fighter pilot for 8 years. Certainly, Nicole, you had flown in turbulence many times. Why is it now a big deal? Well, as my wingman, Jerry, knows, the first time you encounter turbulence at 500 feet, 500 miles an hour, upside down, 3 feet away from 5 other jets, that is indeed an eye-opening moment, trust me, okay? But I thought I'd flown in turbulence many times, so we're in training. We're in my favorite diamond formation. It's a blue sky day. We're walking out to the jets. And as we walk out to the jets, the young weather expert, the young weather airman, he comes running past us. He says, the atmosphere is ripe for turbulence. I thought, okay. As a pilot, I find turbulence fascinating, right? We have weather models that will tell us when the atmosphere is ripe for turbulence, but we can never predict exactly where turbulence will happen, how severe that turbulence will really be, and how long that turbulence will last. That sound familiar? That's life, right? But I'm thinking, okay, it's right for turbulence. I've flown in turbulence many times. So we're out there flying along. The sky is smooth. I'm having a good time. And boom, we hit that turbulence. And the second we hit it, my whole body tensed up. And instantaneously, I started to grip the stick really hard. And the turbulence would bump and try to force me out of position. So I would put an input in to fight to stay in position. The turbulence would bump again, and I would put in another input. I was trying to fight the turbulence, to control the uncontrollable. And with each input, the input got bigger and bigger and bigger until I got into something called a PIO, or a pilot-induced oscillation. It makes for a very ugly air show. It is impossible for your teammates to fly next to. And in fact, I was making things worse. But isn't that our instincts as human beings when change and headwinds and hardships come along? Do you ever try to resist that change? Do you ever try to control the uncontrollable? I say that's a very inefficient use of your limited time, talent, and treasure. But there I was, fighting the turbulence, fighting to stay in. When we landed that day, I wiped the sweat from my brow, and I remember thinking, thank God I didn't hit anyone. Literally, I thought that. We got into the debrief that day. The pilots looked at me again, exasperated exhale. The number 4 pilot on the team, he's the number 4 pilot right here. All right. He's on his second year. He's the experienced pilot. He's the wise one. He's my instructor. He's also the guy that flies underneath me. His name is Steve Horton, the man that flies underneath me, also known as the man who sees all of my mistakes. He said, Nicole, what were you doing out there? You were all over the place. I couldn't fly next to you. I said, Steve, I was fighting to stay in position. I was fighting the turbulence, Steve. I was doing my best. And I'll never forget this day like it was yesterday. He's still a very good friend of mine. He looked at me with the biggest smirk on his face and he goes, oh, we forgot to tell you the secret. And I looked at him like, what? And he goes, we forgot to tell you the secret for how to stay in formation when we encounter turbulence. Would you like to know the secret? I looked at him like, yeah, bro, information I could have used yesterday. He says, the secret is this. We promise each other as a team that when any one of us encounters turbulence in our own jet, regardless of what position we fly in, regardless of what formation we're in, regardless of what maneuver we're about to do, when any one of us encounters turbulence in our own jet, we will immediately loosen our grip. The answer, Nicole, is to loosen your grip. Mind blown. The exact opposite of my instincts 3 feet away from other planes as I'm fighting to not hit anybody and to stay in position, and the opposite of our instincts as human beings when change and turbulence comes along. So I went home and I thought about it. Steve Horton, the number 4 pilot, the experienced guy, he must know what he's talking about. The next day we go out, it's a blue sky day, favorite diamond formation. The young weather airman says the atmosphere is ripe for turbulence. Take them a lot more seriously this time. We're out there flying along and it is all nice and smooth. And finally, boom, we hit that turbulence and I start to tense up on the stick again. But I thought, no, Steve Horton, he's like the Yoda of the team. Like, loosen your grip, you know. And I let go with 1, 2, 3 fingers. And guess what happened? Yeah, I stayed in position. The whole formation stayed in alignment. And eventually we exited the turbulence, because turbulence doesn't last forever. And the beauty of the whole thing is our customer and client, the audience on the ground, never even knew. When change and turbulence comes along, remind each other it is okay to loosen your grip. Now, I am not giving you permission to let go of the stick. That is not what I said, right? I'm saying choose to control the things you can control. Proactively choose to be efficient with your limited time, talent, and treasure. It is okay to loosen your grip. Y'all have stuck with me for nearly 50 minutes. The push in the envelope mindset is about harnessing that courage, trust, and vulnerability to take your performance to the next level and to create an environment where everyone on the teams that you're building and this large brand partnership right here in this room to that next level. If you're wondering what it is we talked about, my friends, this is it. The ability to choose an unscripted life, realizing that it takes a team to do the significance of empowering people to live in the light. That is just so freaking cool, right? The power of appreciation and gratitude, trustworthiness coming from your actions, decisions, and behaviors, honoring those Lifewave values in your wingman contract, having the courage to ask for help and the grace to offer it, and reminding each other it's okay to loosen your grip. I'm going to leave you with last photo, my favorite photo from my whole career. I hope that if you guys have questions, if you would like to continue the conversation with me, I would love nothing more. If you want to make me look cool in front of my kids who follow my Instagram follower account, please feel free to follow me on social media. I don't want this to be a one-off transaction. I hope that you will write to me. I hope that you can interact with me on that social media so we can keep this relationship going. I leave you with this last photo. The jet on the left is my husband, Paul. The jet on the right is me. Not a lot of married people have this photo. Paul and I have been married 23 years last week, and I can assure you, thank you. I can assure you our 14-year-old twins are not impressed by this at all. No, but here's what it is, right? Look at that photo. What kind of wingman are you? What kind of wingman do you want to be? Who is your wingman? Look around this room. It's full of your wingman, my friends. I wish you all the very best as you continue to push the envelope and be the light across 2024 and beyond. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Stacey. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
a treat. It was unbelievable to see some of my heroes, I'm sure some of your heroes as well, between William Shatner, Nicole Malachowski. Something that Nicole said really stood out to me, and I'm sure it stood out to you all as well, is that nothing of significance is ever accomplished alone. And that leads us to our next discussion with three of the most successful power couples at Lifewave, a discussion that will be led by Lifewave President Meredith Burkett.
Is she amazing? Is she amazing? Wow.
So are you?
When I was growing up, I always wanted to be Barbara Wawa. And so I can live vicariously through her. Well, this is an amazing time. What a great day so far. Is everybody learning lots? Good, good, good. Okay, well, I said something earlier this morning, and I said that out of all of the years that I have done surveys after big events, remember big decisions happen at big events, that the number one thing that people enjoyed is the networking, the treasures, the golden nuggets that they take away from conversations. So what an incredible opportunity I have now to lead a conversation. I hope you'll get your pens out, and I hope you'll get your thinking caps on and get ready to absorb and assimilate some of the light that is about to come to this stage. This first power couple comes from the small island of Singapore. Singapore only has about 6 million people, and yet this couple led the charge to be the catalyst for the very first success center as we're starting to look at being able to pop up markets very, very quickly. They have produced 5 SPDs in their direct line in 1 year. And again, on a very, very small population. And so please welcome to the stage, James and Janet Lowe from Singapore. Our next couple made the rank of SPD, go ahead and have a seat, in only 8 months. They have 10 SPDs that they have developed on their team. They are present in 19 countries. And in 2 years, they have earned 4 of our top incentive trips at Lifewave. Please help me welcome to the stage, Javi and Olga Solis from New Jersey. Have a seat. Our third and final couple for the afternoon has actually 20 years in MLM experience, 20 years. But in addition to that, as true entrepreneurs, they have had and launched of their own 6 non-direct selling businesses in agriculture over the last 15 years. It took them 18 months to go to SPD, and they have developed 4 SPDs in their direct downline. Please welcome to the stage, Devin and Sarah Robinson from Florida, USA. Okay, let's get this party started. So, this is the Be The Light conference. Did anybody get that already? Does everybody know this is a Be The Light conference? Imagine that. And so what I'd like to do is really just kind of start out with a question. And I'm going to go ahead and start over with you, lovely lady. But really talk about, what is being the light to you? What does that mean to you, to be the light?
Okay, hi everyone, I'm Janet. Today I'm going to represent James, my husband. He lost his voice, so he just had to sit and look good. All right. Okay. To be the light is positivity for me personally. So what it means for me and James is we want to be the warm light within the team, to be a good leader so the team can feel it. And that's be the light for us.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Next question for you. What excites you most about the next 20 years at Lifewave?
I love this question because I'm super excited for the next 20 years, for the next 2 decades. For me, the first thing that really hits home is innovation and growth. Because I see more groundbreaking products coming out. And then second, legacy and vision, because for me, this legacy that I'm building for my family and for the people that I love aligns completely with my vision. So
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Nice. That sounds like a good answer. Hey, how are you doing, Avi? What's Be the Light mean to you?
Wow, thinking about that question, the reason why this conference is so packed the way it is because somebody was your light. And you know what? Mike and Sai and Steve and Gina were ours. And we couldn't be much more grateful. And our job is to pay it forward. Be somebody's light so they can see the better version of them and get from where they are to where they want to be with this business.
Nice. Thank you. Very good. Hey, Sarah, how's it going?
Amazing.
Amazing. All right. Well, what's exciting you about the next 20 years?
Oh my goodness. So what I'm so excited about is I consider Lifewave and this opportunity an anomaly in the direct sales world. There is nothing like what we have in this patented life technology. But did you guys know by 2027, the wellness industry will be about $8.7 trillion. We are also an anomaly in the wellness industry. There is nothing like what we have. So what I'm really excited about, especially every single person in this room, is what David has created in this technology. We are going to make the most massive impact in this world. And that for me excites me, not just physically, but also financially. And it's so exciting. I feel like I'm at home.
Oh, very nice. Do you all feel like you're at home? Me too. Me too. So Devin, along those lines, as we're kind of talking about what light means, and now you've just gotten to hear your gorgeous bride talking about, all of the potential here in the wellness industry. How important is it to setting goals as you're building your business? And you've built so many businesses. I think you're just the right person to ask.
Yeah, well, I think setting goals is the most important thing in anything in business, whether it's your health, your finances, your family, everything starts with setting goals. And so I love Kevin and Emily Wilson. They really do an amazing training on this, on, setting your daily, your daily goals, setting your weekly goals. And if you can win the day, you can win the month. And if you can win the month, you can win a year. But everything starts with setting goals, and really and truly, they provide focus. And I think for everybody in this room, focus is the number one thing that when you leave there. I remember me and Sarah just a couple years ago, we walked in here to the first Lifewave conference, and our lanyard said manager, Meredith, on the bottom. We came to the back of the convention and we sat there, and me and Sarah both, when we left there that day, we left there with the end in mind. We both left there going, we're going to be SPDs in this company. And we set a goal to do the basic things, which is what? We picked up our phone. We started building a list. I love what Matt Curtis always says. People are in your phone for a reason. Those names are in your phone. You save them in there for a reason. So set a goal, pick up your phone, start making the phone calls, learn how to do some Zooms, right? Zooms were super uncomfortable in the beginning, and I had never done one until Lifewave. But I learned how to jump on the Zooms and have a meeting. I tell people all the time, goals allow you to help you to monitor your success in this, but these are the basic activities, and having a meeting is crucial. And then it improves your direction, because everybody can be motivated for an hour. We can be motivated for a day. But I think setting big goals in Lifewave allows you the ability, Meredith, to create discipline. And that's really what it takes to be disciplined in Lifewave, to get you and your team to the top.
Did you read my talk for tomorrow? Because I don't even think I need to give it now, Devin, but no, but so true. But did you hear what he said? Came in as a manager, sat in the back of the room and said, we're going to get to the front of the room. Look where they are now. Look where they are now. Use the magic word, discipline, discipline, discipline. Because it is all about repetition, isn't it? It's repetition over and over. Great. Thank you so much, everybody. Great. Well, I'm going to come back down to you. And I'm so sorry that you did lose your voice, because I love the sound of your voice, James. But for today, we will, again, as your wife called you, arm candy backstage. We'll just look at you and say, that is a handsome man. Okay, that's good enough. That's all right. But I want to go ahead and start out then with really the first question, for today. Because, as you think about the power couple and what you've done to build and what that really looks like, we know that there's leadership in direct selling. And we know that there's really a lot to be done. But I think that as I'm looking at these cards, that actually this next question is actually for Sarah and Devin. So she's going, poor Jan's going, oh my gosh, I didn't know I was going to have to answer that question. So I'm going to go ahead and stay down at that end and talk about, all right, you talk about the leadership, and you've been in traditional business. You've launched 6 of your own businesses in the last 15 years. So how important is it to be a leader in direct selling today for the potential? You two can take that one.
Well, I wrote down a few things on becoming a leader. It's so important in direct sales. That leadership is really the skill of influencing people, and influencing their thoughts or emotions, and encouraging them on a daily basis to win in this business. In leadership, it's not a position. My father taught me at a very young age when I started working for him that leadership was all action. That when I got to my father's company, I was young. I just got out of college. My dad had a lot of older management in that company. And he said, look, the only way you're going to earn respect in this company is through leading. The first guy, if something breaks, the first guy there fixing it. That's how you gain respect. So I've always learned at a young age to take action. And I've always learned that action cures fear. A lot of times in life, once you learn to take action in this, to pick up that phone, to do a meeting for somebody, you realize that this business is very basic. But that happens through leadership. And the first person today that you have to influence is yourself. That's the very first person when you leave here today. Leadership is influencing people, but influencing yourself to win. And look around this room. Look at how amazing the people are, the world of knowledge and wisdom that are in this room. When I walked into this convention, Meredith, this week, and I looked and I said, this company we are fixing to soar to $1 billion and beyond with the team that's in this room tonight. So thank you so much.
100%. No, thanks. Thank you to you. And then what did we talk about that earlier today? It's like, just look around the room at all of the light that is shining from the people that are sitting near you, and just soak it in and ask good questions. So what do you think, staying down there, that the common misconceptions about leadership? I mean, you kind of said are people born? I'm a born leader. Or, oh, well, yeah, no, I'm not really a leader. I mean, what do you think the misconceptions are, Sarah?
So so many people when they join this, right? We have people who've been kind of in the workforce, people who have been bosses, people who've been owners of companies. We've owned many companies. And people tend to correlate leadership with being a boss, okay? How many people in here, raise your hand, want another boss, okay? Nobody wants a boss. What do you want? You want a coach, right? And that's why I joined Steve Merritt, because he's a coach. He creates He's helped his daughter become a world champion wakeboarder. This man's a coach. I knew I could lock arms and he could help me and give me the tools and support me and communicate. He's taken the road less traveled. He's done the highs and lows every day. Everybody wants a coach, okay? A boss is someone who's put in a place to manage other people. My job is to go out and inspire, right? To walk the walk, to go learn the highs and lows, to learn the answers, to get uncomfortable. And then there's another thing that people don't realize. People go, oh, they're a fearless leader. Can I tell you guys, in the last 18 months, I have had to change my deodorant like 15 times. Like, I am constantly uncomfortable every single day. A friend of mine and a leader in my business, Kendall Weldon, she is so bold, and she will go anywhere and just walk up to anyone and say, you need this patch, just so bold. And I ask her, I go, Kendall, how do you do, what? She goes, Sarah, you do it scared, okay? You ever hear that term, scared money don't make money? Same with leadership. Scared leadership don't make leadership. You got to get uncomfortable. You want to know the breakthrough? Anybody in here want a breakthrough, right? You know where that breakthrough, where that magic is found? It's in that work that you're avoiding, okay? It's in that thing that makes you most uncomfortable. Get out there. If it's that Zoom, if it's pushing live, if it's getting up on stage, if it's calling that person who's really, really successful in your phone book and you think they're going to tell you no, they might be sitting at home right now praying for what you have. Okay? So
very good. Thanks. And then finally, just really quick. So emerging leaders in your group, do you look for them? Are there a couple signs, success leaves clues? Real quick.
Leadership rises. Leadership rises. If you go out there, they're going to be on the edge of their seat and they're going to be looking for you. People are looking for what you have. So I'm definitely in my business. I'm available. I communicate. I take every single meeting that is an opportunity. So you need to just be involved in your business, have great communication. But if you're going out there and doing the things, people are they're gonna chase you down for this opportunity.
Excellent. Okay. So back to the Solises. So Javi and Olga, what are key success factors that every rising leader, because everyone in this room is a rising leader, what is it that they need to know?
Well, as Sarah ever said, you know, everything rises and falls on leadership. Your business is not going to outgrow your level of leadership. Okay, you have to be intentional. Intentionality is everything. We go down and we identify leaders. They will identify themselves through behavior and through actions. We got to ask questions. Oftentimes, people do more of the talking than the listening. We have to ask questions and then stop and just listen, fill a void. Okay, LifeWave is on your lap for a reason. Is to fill your void of something that happened to you, whether it's 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you didn't have the resources or the time or even the income or the people that surrounds you to get you from where you are to where you want to be in your business. We're the light. And the more intentional you are and help people find a better version of themselves, the better it is for you.
So we've talked a lot about your plans. You know, Olga, I know that you're very strategic, you're very thoughtful, you're mindful, you're detail oriented. How important is it to have, for people to have a plan?
It's everything. If you don't have a plan, you don't have a business. So first and foremost, I think we just said the word before. I think it was Devin that said discipline, discipline, discipline. That is, if you don't have discipline, there is no business. And on top of that, you have to make a commitment. You have to make a commitment to that plan. Okay? So
Very good. And then how about, what are the risks if we don't, you know, you two, they have the most amazing story, and unfortunately we won't have time for them to tell it right now, but if you ever get a chance, go online and listen to their story. It is absolutely heart-wrenching and compelling and inspirational. But along those lines, you've invested a lot in yourselves to overcome challenges and whatnot. You know, what do we really have to gain if we don't look to ourselves first?
Listen, we're very big when it comes to leadership, okay? You build the person will build the business. It inspires us to see someone reach for their potential every time. Okay, people are looking to emerge in their lives. They just don't know where to do it. And investing in yourselves is crucially important. You can't give something you don't have. Okay, and to create leaders and find leaders is what this business is all about. And that's what digging down in your organization, digging down in the roots, that's where you're gonna find. We call them blue M&Ms. Okay, how many blue M&Ms do you see in a pack of M&Ms? Maybe one, maybe two. Okay, the rest is yellow, green, brown. We look for the blue ones, or we look for the eagles. And if you're just getting pigeons, you're flying too low. You have to fly higher and get some eagles.
Did you hear that?
Okay.
If you're just getting pigeons, you're flying too low. Did you hear that? Please write that down. That was brilliant. I'm writing it down, but I don't have a pen. I'm writing it down in my mind. Very nice. Okay. And then, so for you, I mean, you know, you guys have really attracted a lot of prospects because there's no, you and your teams have grown Singapore to be $1 million market. That's why you were selected for the first Success Center. So you're obviously good at attracting some high level prospects. So what are your secrets?
Show them how I pay out. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. High level prospects, I guess they are already in different network, you know, they are not new. And Lifewave is a very unique company, first with our products and of course our compensation plan. Do you agree? Yeah. So I think that's one thing we can show them. And I have to say this, like I said, they would have gone to other company before. And I really love the corporate here. Not saying because Meredith is beside me, because she's our president, but she's so friendly. We can be just friends and not like fearful of her. Yeah. And I think the corporate is very important because they are the one who lead us, who create the products for us, who gave us a lot of benefits, right? As SPD, we enjoy this so much. Yeah. So I think to attract high-level prospect, we can tell them about our products, the future, the technology. David is always planning something new for us. That's why we come to convention, because every year we're going to hear something new, right?
Yeah.
And so we are so excited. And I think that's how we can attract them, because we are different. We are very unique. Our products is so unique.
No, and I think, you know, you're saying something that's really timely for all of us in direct selling as we kind of look around at other direct selling companies. They come and go. I mean, we know that about 70% of all direct selling companies fail in their first 2 years of business. Either they're out of business or they're hemorrhaging cash. You know, and that is the reality of it is a revolving door industry. That's why we have 20 years like we do, but people are always coming and going. And when we talk about being the light in direct selling and what that means to have a 20-year young company that is just getting started, more than ever, we need to just be available. And so when you're bringing on these new people and they're coming on board, Jan, I mean, what is it that you are doing to make sure that they start strong and that they stay? Because we know that retention is a big key to success in our business.
Okay, for Singapore, what we do is, because we are very tiny, as you know, we are a very small country, one end to the other end, you take the train, it's like 45 minutes. So we have, you guys know that we do not have an office for the first 2.5 years. Yeah, so we do daily presentation, we call it BOP. So they come to the office every afternoon at 2:30. Our rest day is like a church. Sunday off, Monday off, and then Tuesday to Saturday, we have presentation in office. So people just walk in, our team members, that's where they learn, that's where they can invite friends, because we are small, like I say, they can travel to the office. And we're so happy now. Thank you, Meredith, once again, and the corporate. We opened our first success center, right?
Yes.
Of Lifewave in
Congratulations.
Singapore, yeah. And that's 1 month ago. And now James say, with that success center, no off day. We're gonna have Monday to Saturday. Yeah. Okay, Saturday maybe not at the moment because the staff works 5 days a week. Yeah, that's how we create the momentum, and people has been coming. Last night we have a watch party. Okay, I'm a bit lost track with the time. While we are here, we have a watch party, and we are so happy because people come almost midnight. They sat through to listen to David this morning here. I heard there was about 80 of them. Yeah, we are really happy because they can't travel here, but they are there watching the same event as us. Yeah. So that's
Amazing.
our onboarding.
That's your
Yeah.
onboarding?
Physical.
Well, they're
change.
winning early. I mean, and that's kind of the follow-up question to that is there like 1 or 2 tips that you would give that you know that people are going to win and win soon so that they stick around?
Wow. Okay. Basically, I think, how do we ensure people win? We work with the team. We want them to succeed, because to be in MLM as a business, no one is here to have fun alone, right? They want to see the money. So we have training. We keep close contact with the team. We have individual team who has set up within our organization, and they run their own training program too, besides joining us as a big team.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think we help each other in that way.
Great.
Yes.
Nice. The power of the team. Does anybody doubt the power of the team? No, it is the most powerful thing. So down to you. So the biggest challenge that you've overcome. So back to Javi and Olga. What is it that you have, the biggest challenge that you've overcome that puts you in that seat right here, right now?
Every day I face a challenge. I faced challenges for the last 2.5 years while in this business. And it's the hardest thing to do sometimes as a mom to a child with significant challenges and special needs. I face challenges every day. In fact, I'll be honest with you quickly, I almost didn't make it here today. And I said, Javi, it's not going to work. Everything crumbled the week of convention. And I said, babe, I'm not going to be able to get here. This is just the way it is as a parent sometimes. And he looked at me and he says, is that what a leader does? He put me in check. And I said, you know what, babe? You're absolutely right. That is not what a leader does. So I am here. And I'd like to wish my beautiful boy, Alexander, who is the reason why we are here today, a very big, happy 11th birthday.
Oh,
a challenge of missing his birthday for the very first time was heartbreaking. But I know intuitively that my son, even though he cannot speak, he's telling me, Mommy, you've got to spread this to everyone that we know. I know it. So challenges are things we face every day. I'm facing one right now, right here with all of you, but I'm so glad that we're here.
Leaders show up. Leaders show up. Very good. Thank you. And thank you for that sacrifice. Thank you so much. Javi, all right. So conquering maybe a major setback. What did you put in play to actually be able to lead even when the times were tough?
You know, Meredith, in this business, we're going to get challenged. But you want to know something? We have to build that story. No one said that this business is going to be easy. And we always say to our team, you're capable of doing anything that you want to do, but are you willing to do the things people don't do? in order to have the things people don't have.
Mm.
And, you know, when we were given that opportunity, and we didn't want to do this again, and we were afraid to do it again. And we said, listen, Olga, one more time. Let's just do this one more time. We're not a tree. Let's move, you know? And we just, the urgency and the setbacks, these 2 years, we had setbacks. But those setbacks gave us the wisdom and the experience to move forward. However, those setbacks, those experience and the wisdoms that we get, we're able to teach people what not to do, okay? To break their learning curve from a 6 months to a 3 months, help them rank events faster, help their confidence. You know, through our experience, we can teach them how to move forward quickly.
Nice. And I think you just answered the last question, Javi, about mindset.
Yeah, well, you know, I have a good analogy for mindset. The mindset is everything, okay? And we have this analogy that we live by is like we can go to a kiddie party, and in that kiddie party, what do they have? They have piñatas. Okay, in that piñata, okay, the bunch of kids line up to hit the piñata. So the first kid, the most popular kid, is gonna hit the piñata. Okay, he hits the piñata once, the candy doesn't come out. Then the second kid, then the third kid, and then the last kid comes and hits the piñata. One time, boop, all the candy comes out, and they all start to celebrate. But here's the deal, when it comes to brand partners, some people stop hitting the piñata and wait for the candy to come. They stop hitting, they'll never celebrate and see the candy.
Wow.
We hit the piñata like David owed us something, okay? We hit the piñata so hard and so many times, and then one day, boop, the candy came out. But persistence, like you said.
Nice, beautiful. That's a good, yeah, big round of applause for that. Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for that. That's a gift. That's a gift right there. All right, Sarah and Devin, how does being a power couple give you an advantage? I mean, obviously that's this panel. And all of you, hey, if you're single or if maybe your spouse of this person or life partner isn't all on board, that's okay. But we still need a support system. And that's what this is about.
Yeah, so being a power couple, I look at me and Sarah, and I think that it's Lifewave that gave me and Sarah the opportunity to be a power couple. Because, you know, for the last 12 years, we've been going in different directions. We have different careers. I left the house every single day, didn't get home till dark 30. And so we were kind of rowing the boat. We had the same goal, same children, but rowing the boat in different directions all day. And so we were looking at something like this that we could do together, because our children are watching us every day. Our children watch us. I mean, we're both hardworking. We're both confident, super dedicated. And we complement each other's, we compliment each other all the time. Like when I listen to my wife, we both have, you know, different characteristics. She is amazing. When I listen to my wife, respond to people with customer service issues, and they call her all day, Sarah, what about this? Or Sarah, my order didn't go through. Or Sarah, can you help me set up my e-wallet? I'll listen to the conversation, and I get up and I go, oh my goodness, Sarah, you should work for Lifewave's customer service. You are so good. I mean, that is not my skill, you know? So we divide and conquer, and I think that it's what Lifewave, Meredith, that really allowed us to be a power couple again, because really and truly, I know our biggest goal is number one, to be the greatest mother and daughters to our fathers, to give back to our mothers and fathers who sacrificed so much for us to be on these trips, to be an amazing husband and wife together, to grow in our love and our faith, always pushing and challenging each other, and then to be the greatest parents to our two children. And we learned a long time ago, right, that we weren't going to take our houses, our cars, our land, our farms, but it was our goal to take our children to heaven and give them the relationship with our Lord and Savior, Jesus
Amen.
Christ. And so that to me is what a power couple.
Amen. Sarah, most important life lesson.
I'm sorry, you had to do that? Okay. That's so good. Okay, so specific tool, book, podcast. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm a high school dropout, okay? I'm sorry. I'll be honest, all right? When we talk about the light and the things, what I see with being a light is showing people that we all have the same light. We all have the same potential. Because if you get into this and you surround yourself with good leadership, which I found in Steve and Gina Merritt, I was able to I came to them and I said, I'm stripping it all down. I don't know anything. I've never done this before, even though we've had history. And I said, tell me what I do. Just tell me what to do. And I continuously surround myself, talk to them on a daily basis. And what I've learned is they're always available. And they're teaching me how to be accountable to my team. They're teaching me how to present. They're teaching me how to prospect. They're teaching me all these things just through that relationship we have. So my suggestion to you, maybe if your upline is not the one, or your person who sponsored you might not be the one that maybe is building at your level, go higher up. All of you have a higher up working leader, and go connect with them. They're looking for you. Remember, leadership rises. They're looking for you. Surround yourself. Be obsessed. Obsessed. Get on every one of their calls. Okay. And one tool that I have used that Kendall and Joe and Kyle have introduced me to, that's really just helped with just sending videos and just making it more seamless to be able to send things, boards. Okay, not super inspiring or anything, but boards. It is an app that you can download on your phone. There's a video and it's very easy to learn. It's a keyboard that goes right into your phone. So all the videos, it has been a huge game changer for sharing content with
Nice.
people. So that would be
Nice.
one.
Very good. All right, last and final question for you, Janet. If there's one thing you could tell this group right here to do when they leave this place on Sunday, what would it be?
Okay, obviously, share the products, share the business opportunity, but I would say attend the convention. Because you have to go home, tell your partners, please come next year. I tell you how impactful is this. I was supposed to attend the SPD retreat, but I couldn't make it. So I told our second daughter, Natalie, I said, can you please take over my place? She said, no, US is too far. I'm not going there. Yeah, I said, it's a free trip. Please go, And then she said, okay. And they are not in the business, of course, yeah. And after attending the retreat, she texted her sister and said this, I'm not doing MLM, but I want to be scientist, like David. And we had
Okay,
to
all
go,
right then.
But that was a joke for me because I felt that she really learned a lot. She was so impressed with David and the company, the overall retreat. And then one night someone told her, hey, you want to go out with us for a tour instead of sitting in? No, I'm not going. And she sat through every meeting. And this week when I meet her, she seems to know every leader here. Like they know her personally now. Yeah, so to me is even for her, not in the business, yet she is so impressed. Imagine we bring our business partner. What would they think of Lifewave? And coming here to meet David for real. Yeah,
Very good.
please.
It's a
Oh, yes.
team sport.
Yeah. And yes, James, thanks for reminding me. We are so happy this year because last year, Singapore and Malaysia combined, I think we have like just 15 of us. Yeah, just 15 of us.
people.
Yeah, very few of us. And this year, imagine we could ask about 80
80.
80 of
50
us,
to 80 in one
yes,
year.
Singapore and Malaysia combined to come over. And you know how far we had to fly? More than 20 hours. This is really long. Yeah. So give them a clap. It's a lot of sacrifice. Both they have to pay a lot financially, of course, and the time, the flight but it's all worth it. It's all worth it.
Mindset.
Yeah, it's
It's
mindset.
mindset.
Yes, last night was incredible. Yeah.
Very good.
Okay.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thanks to our power couples. Make sure you ask them follow-up
Yes.
questions. All
Attend
of
the
us.
events.
Thank you, team. Thank you. You're awesome and
Thank you,
amazing.
Meredith. Thank you
We
for having
appreciate you.
us.
Couldn't do
Yeah.
it without them. Thanks, everyone.
Guys, one of the things that you heard there is that people want what you have. They want your product. And one thing that differentiates Lifewave from other companies is that somehow, even with the rapid growth, they've never run out of product. They've never run out of stock. How is that possible, you may be asking? Well, just watch. And the man behind all of this says that the second best decision he ever made in his life was to join Lifewave 15 years ago. Guess what the first one was? Marrying his wife. It is my pleasure to introduce Chief Operating Officer Coleman Dillon.
Oh, fantastic. Hello, Lifewave. Indulge me for a second. I'm going to rob David's piece. I want to do Tony Stark. It's good to be back. Thank you all. Thank you, Elwyn, for the lovely introduction. I did say that last year. It's true. You've just got me thinking now that she said it. We're celebrating our 20 years of Lifewave, an anniversary, which is incredible. Congratulations, everybody. Next March, my wife and I actually celebrate our 25th wedding anniversary. So we had the conversation about 2 weeks ago that, we're going to be 25 years married next March. To which she turned around and said, yeah, I guess we're stuck with each other. And then she said, and smiled, well, I'm okay with that. Interestingly, next April, I'll be celebrating my 15-year anniversary with David and Lifewave. So next April, maybe myself and David will have a moment. And I'll say, I think we might be stuck with each other. And I'm hoping he says, yeah, I'm okay with that. Anyway, it is really fantastic to be here. Interesting conversation with Nicole, which is what I'm going to play on. So you know that I've been with Lifewave 15 years. I'm going to be married 25 years to Siobhan. The other thing of interest with me, I think, is I'm big into team sports and I'm big into high performance teams. So I really enjoyed Nicole. And I think one of the mistakes Elwyn, despite her lovely introduction, made is that I'm not responsible for everything that goes on within operations. We have a team. And I want to take this opportunity to say to my team all over the planet, thank you for everything you do. We have 4 pillars: trustworthy, knowledgeable, caring, and sense of fun. And that's what's important to me. So our team that is behind the scenes, and everything is about team. The team that have put this together, Josh Dunn, Meredith, David, congratulations and thank you for everything you've done. Our team in APAC for everything you've done. Obviously, Lifewave has been growing for the last couple of years. The amount of brand partners here this year is incredible. But we've also been growing our staff to be able to grow the business. So to everybody who's joined Lifewave as an employee in the last 12 months, and there have been hundreds, I say welcome and thank you for everything you do for Lifewave. So what I want to talk about today is obviously my role as the Chief Operations Officer. And I want to talk about the fact that we have a high-performing team. And the reason I know we have a high-performing team, and in my opinion, the best team we've ever had in Lifewave, is because in our division, when it comes to sport, we are the fastest growing business in direct selling. We are number one. We are growing faster than everybody else in our division because we have a high-performing team. And when I say team, I mean all of you with all of us together delivering this incredible growth. Of course, as the operations officer, I get asked a lot, and I want to put this to bed in this presentation. With such rapid growth, can you keep up with production? In terms of the amount of patches we now have to manufacture, where are we with capacity? And I say, as somebody who likes high-performing teams, when you're number one and you're head of your division, that's the wrong question. The question isn't, can I keep up? The question is, how far ahead am I? So when you're in the first position, you're planning to stay ahead and you're planning to be here. I want to talk about that a little. The second thing I want to talk about is standards. I love Nicole in terms of standards within the Air Force. In our company, in our operations, we're all about standards. ISO 13485 is the standard for manufacturing medical devices. We're independently certified to that. We have our businesses now in Malaysia and the Philippines that have just gotten certified to ISO 9001. Thank you sincerely for that. It's an incredible achievement. Standards are important if you're to be a high-performing team. Do you know any sports team in the world that don't set their own standards? Well, we set our standards to the internationally recognized standard. And standards do four things for us. They ensure that the customer comes first. They ensure that we measure and we manage. They ensure that we always have the philosophy of continuous improvement. And they always ensure we hit our targets. That's what standards do. They're values. Every team has their values. I want to show a little bit later. It's interesting, a video talking about how we treat the environment. It's interesting this morning listening to David. So we talk about lobsters, we talk about water, we talk about light. These are all things that come from Mother Earth. We have to look after our planet so that we can continue to do sustainable business. And technology is the secret. In terms of capacity, if I move on, I'm just going to throw a few numbers at you. I know everybody here can read. The first number is that there's a little glimmer and a little conversation being had in whispers that maybe in 2025, we're going to do $1 billion in sales. Now, in these conversations within Lifewave, within operations, when my team asked me, are we going to do $1 billion in sales, Coleman? What are you going to say? I'm going to say, well, we can make enough product for $2 billion. Why don't you do $2 billion in sales? So the question is not keeping up. It's we're ahead, and we plan to stay ahead. So we can support the business right now that would do $2 billion in sales with the infrastructure, the equipment, the technology, and the people we have. So push the envelope. Accept the challenge. We plan ahead. We're always planning. The next stage of my plan is to do an infrastructure that will get us to support a $4 billion business. How am I going to do that? Well, let me show you. Let me look at the new facility. Can we show them, please, on video? Thank you. We are investing in new facilities. We are investing in new technology. This is all with an aim to bring into business in 2026 to be able to support $4 billion in sales. Why should you trust me? I hear I'm trustworthy. How am I trustworthy? Best way to predict the future is look at the past. We've never been out of stock. You will never be out of stock. Trust me, push the envelope. In terms of, I need to push the button, I think. In terms of pushing the envelope, absolutely correct. Can't do this on my own, and I have an incredible team. Over the last 14 years, we've built a high-performing team in Ireland. I want you to look at the start dates. My team have started with me in 2010. They're still with me. It's loyalty, it's trust, it's vulnerability. Thank you. Brian was the first person I interviewed when I started production and started up the facility for Lifewave. And he sat down, we met, and I asked him work experience, and he said he spent the last 18 years working for a little company in Ireland. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, called Guinness. So Brian was in charge of logistics and supply for Guinness in Ireland. And I said, well, in your 18 years, Brian, with Guinness, what did you learn? He said, Coleman, Guinness was established in 1759. And he said, have they ever been out of stock? I said, well, no, there'd be a national crisis if Guinness went out of stock in Ireland. So I said, no. He said, well, that's what I do. I said, Brian, welcome to Lifewave. Anya is the person, VP of Operations, a number of years ago, to give you some idea of trust here. We were making probably around 500,000 patches a month back in 2017, 2018. Last month, we made 30 million patches. Anya was the lady that drove and managed all that growth. So when I say, trust me, you'll always have stock. We have capacity. We have the people in place. In addition to Brian and Anya, I'm blessed. I have Tina in charge of our standards. We measure, we monitor everything in terms of the standards, the ISO 13485, Tina's responsible for. I'm blessed to have Niamh, who has recruited and managed the best workforce I've ever worked with. She's been with me since 2010. And Aidan manages now the biggest facility in Lifewave. And I want to say here publicly, because they like to stay behind the scenes, thank you to all of them for everything they've done for Lifewave. Here's the thing about our team, and I think it was President Truman said this once upon a time. It's amazing what teams can do when nobody cares who gets the credit. And what I mean by that was listening to the stories about the merits being coaches and coaching and passing it on. Don't care who gets the credit. And that's amazing what you can achieve in a team when nobody cares who gets the credit. And we've achieved some things, and I just wanted to prove the fact that we do work to extremely high standards. I did make a promise last year when I was here. Made two promises, actually. One is you'd never be out of stock, and you haven't been, and you won't be. The second one is we need to look after the environment. Can I show the video, please, about how we look after the environment? Environmental management is crucial for our organization's sustainable success. By implementing eco-friendly practices, we not only reduce our carbon footprint, but also enhance our corporate reputation and operational efficiency.
Lifewave are committed to becoming more sustainable and environmentally friendly. We've identified our sources of direct and indirect emissions by measurement of Lifewave's impacts and aspects in terms of energy use, waste generation and disposal, ethical sourcing, and also sustainable supply chain management by means of a Go Green Aviation Fuel Agreement with our carriers. ISO 14001 is a set of standards put forward by the International Organization for Standardization. Its purpose is to clarify the best practices for organizations that wish to reduce their environmental footprint by adopting an effective environmental management system. Together, these are vital elements in defining Lifewave's roadmap to reduce our carbon footprint. At Lifewave, we have implemented a robust environmental management system to support these objectives.
Responsible resource management leads to cost savings and innovation, creating a healthier workplace and community. Embracing environmental stewardship attracts eco-conscious brand partners and customers, fostering long-term growth and long-term relationships.
For Lifewave, having an environmental management system in place will validate and prove that we have systems and processes in place. It will allow us to focus on making environmental improvements and also to demonstrate that we as a company are environmentally responsible.
Let's commit to sustainable practices, ensuring a greener future for generations to come. Together, we can make a significant impact and lead by example in our industry. Thank you. Not alone are we the fastest growing and #1 direct selling company in the world, we're also, and I don't say that we're going to be the best, but I can tell you there's nobody better at quality management systems and environmental management. And our commitment to you as brand partners, our commitment to the environment, and our commitment to work together to bring us to the next levels is full. We invest a lot of money in technology. We continually improve what we're doing, and we will continue to do so. So I'll stand here this year and I'll make the same promise I made last year. I can guarantee you'll always have product. If you want to quadruple sales, push the envelope. You want to go to a $4 billion company, I'm with you, and we'll get there together. In summary, I want you to be confident because of the technology and the people that we have. Be confident we have the capacity. Be confident we have the technology. We're a technology company. Be confident because we have a track record and we talk about trust. I have never been out of stock. I'll never intend to be out of stock. Just remember the pint of Guinness. We have the right people and we have sustainable processes. Finally, as the Chief Operations Officer in Lifewave, it's a humbling experience to be here. It's also a humbling experience for me to travel the globe and meet all our employees. So I want to leave you on my words that I always leave our friends and our employees. Love God, work hard, take care of one another. Thank you, Lifewave, and enjoy your weekend.
Wow. Coleman just spoke of so many great things here at Lifeway, but one big thing he touched upon was the significance, the importance of protecting the earth. And that is something that is very meaningful to the leaders here at Lifewave. And I am going to now welcome to the stage founder and CEO David Schmidt and Lifewave President Meredith Burkage.
So David, it's been almost 2 years since our first conversation. And I can tell you, I link back on that. It was your integrity and it was your responsible attitude towards the planet and towards business and towards people that really, really prompted me to want to become a part of this team. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Meredith. And we only have one planet to live on. It was created in purity and beauty. It's something we should be so grateful and thankful for. But unfortunately, the generation that came before us has polluted the environment, corrupted our world, and this is the mess that we've been left with.
Absolutely. And it is a shame. We always say that, we didn't inherit this planet from our ancestors. We're borrowing it from our descendants. Right? And so I think, David, for us at Lifewave, I love listening to Coleman and how he is taking responsible manufacturing and business processes to a whole nother level at Lifewave so that we can feel really good about representing responsible business on this planet.
Absolutely. On one level, we can exercise prevention. So we can manufacture our products in a sustainable way. We can conduct our business in a sustainable way, but that's not going to solve the problem at hand. For that, we need additional technology and additional solutions if we want to have a clean planet to live in.
And I think that, for culture, David, that it's really reflective of business practices, but also your innovation. Because if we look at what we are giving back to this planet, in addition to green initiatives, we also have things like your drone project and other ways, search and rescue, that we're participating in making the world a better place.
Yeah, there's another good reason that we want to clean up the planet, and that's because of sushi. Yeah. Now, you may not know this, but one of the things that Meredith and I have in common is that we love sushi. Just about everyone in my family loves sushi. But I guarantee you, one thing that we don't like about sushi is that when it comes from the ocean, it's got microplastics in it.
That's right.
And now these microplastics have made its way into our bodies. So this is something that literally we all live with each day. And we have to solve this problem if we want a better planet today and into the future.
Very good. And we obviously contribute to a lot of nonprofits. David, we had an opportunity last night to recognize our contributions over the years, David, and your generosity is something that is reflective of the hearts of the people as we give back again to disaster relief. I think of our recent contributions, 6 figures in helping out the tragedy that's happened on the East Coast to many families and homes. But when we look at now taking this to the other level of caring about and thank you, absolutely. Thank you to all of you that have participated, that have shared, and that have helped in that cleanup. We know that their work is just beginning as they put their lives back together. But as we take a look at this next project, this is something that we're very, very conscientious of because it is about the water. And we know when we think about our oceans and we think of all of the oxygen that they produce for our planet, and we think about where all of our water comes from, these seas that are so polluted with trillions and trillions of tons, or at least pounds, of garbage and plastic. I think that's what really prompted you to take this next step, David, with this next company we want to highlight.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're a global company. We're in over 80 countries, fastest growing company in the world. We're going to become $1 billion company, and we're going to exceed that dramatically. So the question is, what type of social responsibility are we going to have? This can't be just about making money. And it isn't, because all of you are making such an incredible difference in the world today. But why not think bigger? Why not use our success to clean up our planet, clean up the oceans? That's why we've decided that we're going to partner with Ocean Cleanup. We're going to use our success to help empower this organization to rid our oceans of microplastics.
And what you're about to see, which is so interesting, is they actually call their invention a patch. It is a patch that they use to pick up these 5 trillion pieces of garbage that right now are floating on the top surfaces of our oceans around the world. So first we need to cut off how many are going into the ocean, but this organization is helping us get everything that's presently there out.
So it's so much easier to see this than describe it. So we have a video. So take a look at an organization that we're now affiliated with that's part of the solution that's going to be taking this toxic waste out of our beautiful oceans.
So at the Ocean Cleanup, our mission is to rid the world's oceans of plastic. The real complicated part of this puzzle is that everything is interlinked. What we need to do is two things. One, we need to clean up the legacy pollution. Two, we need to close the tap. Everyone's ready?
We have the motivation and we have the skills. We'll get there.
First few years, we really focused on trying to understand the problem and map it, which then became the basis on which we developed our solution. Our philosophy is to learn as we go and iterate our way towards success.
We've just passed the Golden Gate Bridge, the iconic moment.
Every hour is a small victory, and every plastic piece that we all catch is a small victory. So we have a major structural failure.
This is normal. Welcome to the world of cutting edge technology. The plastic is within arm's reach, literally. We can be that far away from getting a system working. All tiny particles also. What is the next logical step?
Well, always thinks about improving.
With this machine, I truly believe that we're on the right track. Dirty river comes in, the clean river comes out. That's a teddy bear. This is the day, this is the moment, finally. Time has come now to deliver on our promises. It's so beautiful to see you. The most exciting thing in the world to me.
Showing that we are capable to repeatedly harvest large amounts of plastic.
Let this mark the beginning of the end for the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Imagine if we do get this done, we could truly make our oceans clean again. That's the future to look forward to.
The next guest I'm going to present you with has overcome incredible challenges, and he has done so with grace, but also with grit. I'm going to present with you, all of you, the man who's come all the way from Japan, Elite Senior Presidential Director, Yuji Iwashita.
Hello, everybody.
日本から来ました岩下裕二です。
My name is Yuji Iwashita from Japan.
そして今日は僕の生活を支えてくれている相棒のフリーダムと一緒にステージに上がってます。
I am with my buddy called Freedom.
Yeah, Freedom.
Right here.
はい。
My prosthetic leg.
そして今日通訳をしてくれる彼女はスー・ストロブルさんです。
My name is Sue Strobel.
彼女は私たちのチームの SPD でもあります。
She is one of the SPDs in my team. I am.
そしてもう一つ驚くべきことは彼女の年齢です。
You'll be surprised to hear her age. Oh, I hate him. I told him not to say
いくつに
it.
見えますか？私は今48歳なんですけれども、
I am 48 years old.
私の母親よりも年が上です。
She is older than my mother. Say it, say it. 言っていいですよ。
なんと、もうすぐ79歳になります。
I am 78 right now. Thank you.
そして彼女は実はニューヨークに
I live
住ん
in
で
New
います。
York.
毎月ニューヨークから日本に
Every month,
通っ
I
てきてるん
fly
ですよ。
from New York to Tokyo to build a business.
もう彼女の存在は私たちに一切の言い訳を
Her
許
existence,
さなくなります。
her work, does not allow me to give any excuses.
さて、本題に入っていきたいと思いますけれども、今日のテーマは、変化を乗り越えるにはという
Today's
ことです。
theme is to overcome the change.
変化というものは常に、私たちの人生において突然のように、起きてくることなんですね。
As you may know, the change sometimes comes all of a sudden, unexpectedly.
私もですね、ご覧の通り、義足なんですけれども、
As you see, I only have one leg.
24年前に、当時勤めていた建設会社の勤務中にですね、建設用の機械の下敷きになりまして、両足に大怪我を負いました。
24 years ago, I was working in construction site, and a huge machine came down on my legs that weighed more than 1 ton.
そして病院のベッドで目が覚めた時、一生車椅子だということを知りました。
When I woke up in bed, I realized that I'll be living in a wheelchair rest of my life.
その瞬間、僕の人生というのは一変したわけですね。
That moment, my life changed.
そのように突然変化というものは訪れるわけですけども、
As you know, change comes all of a sudden.
その変化にどのように対応していくかが、人生においてもビジネスにおいてもとても大切なことだと私は思っています。
I believe it's important to overcome the fear and the challenge and react to the change.
少し私の、人生についてお話ししたいんですけれども、
I'm going to tell you my story.
僕は17歳で、早めに高校を卒業しました。
I graduated high school very early at the age of 17. In other words, I didn't graduate.
決して優秀だったわけではなくて、
I wasn't super good or anything.
早く社会で、役に立ちたいと思ったんですね。
I wanted to work.
はい。それから家族もできて、一生懸命家族のために働きました。
I had a family, I made a family, and I worked very, very hard.
ところが、学歴もない私は、とても将来に不安を抱いていましたし、特に夢もなかった、そんな何かモヤモヤした人生を送っていました。
As I said that I don't have a great education, I had no dream. And what I had was, I had this ambiguous feeling about the future. He couldn't see his future.
そんな時に、このアクシデントに、あったわけなんですけれども、
Then comes the accident.
その時どう思ったかというと、
I thought then,
いろいろと言い訳をつけて、やりたいことをやらなかったことにとても後悔をしたことを覚えています。
I remember regretting the things that I was able to do when I had 2 legs, but I didn't.
きっと人は死ぬ時にこんな風にやりたかったことを、やらなかったことを後悔して死ぬんだろうなって本当に思いました。
I really thought that a lot of people in deathbed, what they think is not what they accomplished, but what they couldn't do or they didn't do with excuses.
だからこれからは 自分の人生にチャレンジして、自分の夢に向かって理想の新しい自分を生きようと、その時決めました。
At that time, I made a commitment that I'm going to do my best to achieve my dreams.
それからいろいろなビジネスを立ち上げたり、いろんな失敗をしました。
I have tried many businesses. I had a failures, I had a little success.
借金もしたり、生活費がなくて自分の車や時計を売って生計を立てたこともありました。
I was in deep debt. I had to sell my car. I had to sell my watches to support my family.
でも諦められなかったのは、自分の理想の夢、人生というものが明確にあったからなんです。
What I couldn't give up was what I wanted to do in the future, and I wanted to go for my dream.
そして4年前、この素晴らしいライフウェーブに出会うことができました。
Then 4 years ago, I saw this opportunity from Lifewave.
そして登録して6ヶ月で SPD になることができ、チームからは12名の SPD、そして、3組のエリート SPD が誕生しました。
I became SPD. I have 12 SPDs in my team. I have 3 elite SPDs also in my team.
本当に信じられない結果が、もたらされました。
I can still believe the result of this.
でもこのビジネスを通じて何より、素晴らしいなと感じていることは、やはり共に夢を目指しているこの仲間たちの存在です。
Through this business, look at my friends, my team. This is what I have.
私たちはこのチームでこのビジネスを行っています。
This is the team that we work together, support each other, run for our dream.
今日この場に立てているということは本当にチームの彼らのおかげなんです。
The reason I'm up here on the stage is because of my team, not myself.
彼らの存在というのは僕の人生にとって本当に大きな宝になっています。
They are my treasure.
プライベートでもスキーを楽しんだり、息子とセドナに、ハイキングに行ったり、
I can now ski. I can swim.
エイ
I
と
can go
一緒
to
に泳いだり、
Sedona, climb up the mountains.
本当にライフウェーブに出会う前は走ることもできなかったんですけど、
Before Lifewave, I couldn't even walk or run.
デイビッドが作ってくれたこの X39 のおかげで今では走ることもジャンプすることもできるようになりました。
Because of X39, invented by Dr. Schmidt, I can walk, I can run.
本当に感謝してます。
My deepest gratitude goes to Dr. Schmidt.
最後にですね、僕のこの人生を支えてくれた、この変化を支えてくれた3つのことを皆さんにお話しして、終わりたいと思い
There
ま
are
す。
3 factors that supported my life.
まず1つ目は、ドクターの一言でした。
First one is what doctor said to me.
僕が絶望に、ふけっていた時に彼はですね、一言こう言いました。
When I was so devastated, knowing I won't have a leg,
君はまだ
doctor said, you are so young,
君はまだ若い、
you're young.
君が本当に望むなら歩くことはもしかしたらできるかもしれない。
If you really want to walk, there's a possibility.
ただしその可能性は 1% だ。
But the possibility is only 1%.
でもそれを聞いたときに、たった 1% でも可能性があるんだったら、僕はそれにかけてみたいと思いまし
When
た。
I heard, I said, I'm going to work for that 1%.
真っ暗だった 暗闇に本当に一筋の光が差したんです。
I saw a light at the end of the tunnel.
まずは自分の足で立つこと、そして一歩を踏み出すこと。
First, I have to stand up. Then I have to make a first step like a baby.
立ち上がるには痛みに耐える必要がありました。
When I get up, I had to endure the pain.
一歩を踏み出すには勇気が必要でした。
To make the first step, I needed the courage.
くじけそうになったことももちろんあります。
When I almost gave up.
でもそんな時に、もう一つの光があったんですね。
There was a light then.
それは同じ病院でリハビリをしていた10歳の少女の存在です。
There was a 10-year-old girl in the same hospital.
彼女は事故で片足を失って、リハビリに通ってきてました。
She lost her leg through the accident and she was coming to the hospital for rehabilitation.
とても華奢で、明るく笑顔の絶えない少女でした。
Very thin little girl with a laughter.
でも彼女は常に大きな変化と立ち向かう必要があったんです。
She had to face the challenge and the change.
それ彼女はまだ10歳です。体はどんどん成長していっています。
10-year-old girl is different from him. Bone grows. Every time bone grows, they have to operate on her and they have to make new prosthetic leg.
足を切断したといえど、骨は成長するわけです。
Bone grows even though your leg is cut.
そのために彼女は手術を行い、そのために、自分の体に合わせて新しい義足を作る必要があった。
She had to go through the surgeries and new prosthetic leg and all these things.
でも彼女は一切の泣き言を言わず、
She never complained.
自分の体と向き合っていました。
She took it as a destiny. She never complained.
きっと今はもう30歳を超える素敵な女性になって、
She must be about 30-year-old now. I'm sure she is a beautiful human being.
素敵な笑顔でたくさんの人に光を与えていることだ
She's
と思います。
probably giving lights with a big smile on her face to many, many people.
そして最後に3つ目です。
The third one,
それは家族や友人の存在です。
the existence of my family and my friends.
彼らはいつも僕を励まし支えてくれました。
They encouraged and they uplifted me.
家族は収入の途絶えた中、大変な状況の中をなんとか数年生き抜いてくれました。
I had no income. My family supported me. They worked very hard.
そして友人たちは夜中に病院から連れ出してお酒を飲ませてくれました。
My friends came to the hospital and took me out for drinking.
人はそうやって誰かに支えられて生きていくんです。
We are all being supported by people around you.
人は一人では何もできないん
You
です。
can never accomplish anything alone.
それはこのビジネスも同じことだ
The
と思います。
this business is exactly same.
一人の力は本当に知れています。
Your one power,
だ
one
から
horsepower is limited.
仲間と力を合わせて支え合って励まし合って、そんなチームで成功を目指していくんです。
We support, we encourage, we uplift each other, and that's how we accomplish the result.
今日この会場に一人で来てるっていう方いらっしゃいますでしょうか。
There may be someone here, people here alone. You don't have anyone to be with today.
大丈夫です。ぜひ今日感じたこの感動と、皆さんの思いをぜひ勇気を持ってどなたかに伝えてみてください。
It's okay. What you got today, emotions. Please go out, go home, and share these emotions with the people around you.
きっと来年のコンベンションにはあなたと一緒にたくさんの仲間とこのコンベンションに参加できることでしょう。
I guarantee you, if you do that, next year, you'll be coming with many people.
そして最後に、ぜひ、自分の人生を、とにかく自分を諦めないでほしいです。
Lastly, my message to you is don't ever give up.
自分を信じてあげられるのは自分だけです。
You can only trust yourself first. Then people around you will trust you.
このデビットが作ってくれたこのライフウェーブを
This Lifewave, created by Dr. Schmidt.
もっと多くの方に皆さんと一緒に広げていきたいと思ってま
We
す。
all can go home and share with many, many people.
最後になりますけれども、本当に、今日はありがとうございます。
Thank you so much for today.
皆さんの成功をお祈りします。
About change, spoke about embracing change and being of service to one another. The next two men that I'm about to present onto stage are doing just that. They're helping people live younger, live longer, and live well. Please help me welcome to stage Jim Caldwell and Geraldo Dorelli.
That was my dance. Great job. All right. All right.
Jim.
All
Look at this
right, all
crowd.
right. Hey, first of all, tip of the hat to the white shoes, okay? This is Geraldo's first time in front of the Lifewave crowd. He's done a lot of big speaking. So say hi to Geraldo.
Hey, everybody.
We're going to have some fun over the next 15 minutes or so. We're going to be sharing with you what I call a game changer. You know, it's interesting how this company, I mean, it's no secret, right? We just keep raising the bar as the fastest growing network marketing company in the world. And it's all about raising the standard, raising the bar, creating game changers to help you be more efficient, be able to build faster, be more effective, have better tools. You know, it's all about making your life easier. And over the next few minutes, we'll talk about a game changer, I'm calling it, in the world of communications and information. We're going to be launching a pilot program, probably mid to late spring, and it involves instant availability. Let me repeat that, instant availability to most questions asked by prospects and new brand partners. And you know, there's always a lot of them, right? 30 or 40 questions. How do I do this? Where do I find that? What am I supposed to do next? And what if I told you that was available 24/7 on your phone instantly? Got a question? There's the answer. Pretty cool, right? But it gets better. There's more. You know, you talk about AI powered this and AI powered that. What about AI powered, what are they called? Yeah, real life persona avatars. You know, this concept where we think of avatars as like cartoons. You know, it's not really a person, but they're imparting information. Well, what if that avatar looked like a certain elite SPD, Geraldo, right? Or a handful of elite SPDs who we shot recently up in Utah. We shot their persona. We sent them to the proto hologram folks that have this really interesting ability to take that persona. They create an avatar, and we can type text information and load it into the library that's underpinning that avatar. So you ask a question, that he or she, an elite SPD, has that answer. Whether we have him or her send you over to customer service in this application, or they answer it themselves with personal insights, suggestions, comments, secrets, tricks, right? I see some nodding heads, right? And what if that's all available to you 24/7 on your phone? And here's the key: vetted, approved, compliant, and you can trust it. It's like the facts. it becomes the holy grail of information and you have access to it all the time. I'm going to get this thing fired up. Geraldo, I know you got a couple questions to ask.
No, absolutely. Well, first of all, Jim, thanks for that lovely introduction.
You're
Not
welcome.
only is it my debut here at a global conference, but yesterday was actually a special day for me. I celebrated my first 18 months since joining the Lifewave corporate team yesterday. And being a part of the corporate team and seeing all this incredible growth we've experienced is truly remarkable, being able to experience that all together. And David mentioned it earlier. With all this growth, we are now the fastest growing company in the industry. And we're going to show you why I believe we are on track to continue on that path. And as we get started, I know there's a few questions that all of you are getting from your new brand partners, right? So when you get lots of questions, as Steve Merritt just said, with these new questions that you're getting, your brand partners maybe don't have that support, right? They need that answer as quickly as they can. And can you answer every single question? Well, what if you had a situation come up where it's a weekend, right? You get asked a question, you don't know the answer, and then customer service is closed, it's after hours. Maybe you're trying to get a hold of your upline, and what happens? Maybe they don't pick up the phone. We all know how frustrating it can be to have a question and not get the answers quick enough. So that's why Jim and I are so excited to be here today with all of you, because we want to show you exactly what we've been working on to solve that problem.
You know, they say knowledge overcomes fear, right? We just heard before Nicole was talking about this, you're afraid of something. You've got to push the envelope. You have to expand and get out of your comfort zone sometimes. And knowledge overcomes fear. And then with greater information, what do you have? You have greater confidence. And then what can you do? You can take action because you know more and you feel better about being able to move forward and get out of that comfort zone and push the envelope. So watch this. Imagine an application on your phone. We just built this to give you a sense of the fact, scrollable questions, variety of questions in the world of customer service and in the world of you want to hear from an elite SPD, what does he or she think about something? What's the story on this X39? Is that the product I should start with? Who's David Schmidt? What do you think of him? Why did you join Lifewave? Questions like that. And those personal insights from an SPD can be invaluable. So look, I've teed this up. Look, what if you say, how often, by the way, have you ever been asked, what happens when those patches are exposed to too much heat, right? They sit in the car for 24 hours or, in 100 degree. What's the answer? There are sometimes wrong answers out there, but check this out. Here is the answer.
Patches work best when kept at room temperature and in their sleeve until you are ready to use them. However, even if they are exposed to direct sunlight, they will still work, unless exposed for extended periods of time of more than 7 days and at high temperatures of 100 degrees Fahrenheit or more.
Right? So there's the answer, right? So if you ever are not quite sure what the answer is, during this pilot program, you're going to be able to send them to a dedicated site where you'll be able to fire up and go through that scroll and boom, there's the answer. So you can tell them, hey, go there, get the answer. I'm not quite sure what that answer is. Let me find another one here that I think is also an interesting one that illustrates what's the story on, needing to be able to navigate at the website, the back office. Not quite sure. I don't have the confidence. And so what if you can go to the same website and you can say something like, how do I find volumes in my back office? Well, that involves knowing what to click on, what menu to pull down, things like that. And customer service has to sit there and patiently walk the caller through the process. Well, what about this instead?
To check your volumes, go to backoffice.lifewave.com. Once you're there, type in your Lifewave login credentials. Once logged in, click on the Commissions tab at the top of the page. In the drop-down menu, select the Volumes option. And there you go. You're a back office pro.
See? So it's like that. Okay, so then let's move on though. I talked about having access to maybe an SPD and you want to find out what's the story on, let me see. Yeah, here we go. So I was able to capture, I told you,
several SPDs, elite SPDs in Utah a couple of weeks ago. And we took Steve Merritt, he's the guinea pig here, and he's been kind enough to be one of the participants that's going to be part of this pilot program. And so he's submitted a number of questions and answers that he's typed up himself. And so we loaded one of those into here to give you an idea of what we're talking about. And so if someone asked, what made you decide to join Lifewave, right? Why did Steve Merritt and Gina join Lifewave? Here's the answer.
That's a great question, and thanks for asking. My wife Gina and I prayed and researched every network marketing company there is for over a year. We were diligently looking for the right product and technology, an honest owner who had a heart for people, and God's favor. We found everything we were looking for once we were introduced to David Schmidt and Lifewave. After we got started, we realized God's favor is all over Lifewave, David Schmidt, and all of those who decide to join us on this journey. Hope.
Huh? And then he says, hope that answered your question. Do you have another question? So it's like that.
Hope that answers your question. Do you have another?
Steve, did you do that? Anyway, it's beta testing. By the time we roll out for the pilot program in mid to late spring, it's going to be seamless and perfect and loaded with information. But that's the key. You know, this dynamic of having that all in English is one thing. Having all this access to that information instantaneously in English, that's great for English-speaking people, right? But there's more.
Well, you know, first of all, we have Steve right here in the crowd right now. And we go back, Steve. This is my first time actually being this close to the hologram machine. And being able to see Steve up close like this, it seemed like it's almost like you beamed in like William Shatner earlier today, right? But all at a push of a button answering that question. What I love about this is what we talk about, having a resource of growth for your business. Being able to answer these questions real time, not having to wait, you know, in case there's, you know, after hours or weekends. You know, this is the opportunity for us to answer those questions. But more importantly, is being able to accelerate our growth for ourselves and our teams because that information is so accessible. And I know Steve does a lot of things, and you've been an incredible athlete, but I don't think, Steve, you speak another language, right? Well, what if we could hear this information from Steve in another language, or from another brand, members of your team across the world hearing that information in their language? So we're going to get to see that right now, right, Jim?
Yeah, so what we did was, this is kind of a little bit of, let's call it a stunt, okay? So we took all of the folks we were able to put in front of the camera a couple of weeks ago, and we had them all say, I'm really excited about Lifewave because we're helping people live long, live well, and live young. So they're all saying that sentence, right? So first up, we have Sai Hernandez, who speaks Spanish. Well, I decided to say, well, look, say it in English, and let's see what the avatar does in terms of translating that to Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado por Lifewave porque estamos ayudando personas a vivir mucho, vivir bien y vivir jóvenes.
Now, she said that in English, but that was just translated right into Spanish.
Well, I think we should take it to the other side of the world here, Jim.
Yes, we should.
And we've got Dr. Stacy Holweger. We're going to get to listen to this in Chinese.
我对生命之道感到非常兴奋，因为我们正在帮助人们活得更长、更好和更年轻。
Right? I mean, let's face it, what is AI doing? It's somehow taking that area of the mouth and making it look like it's actually saying those words. It's ridiculously realistic. All right, so who's up next? Let me make sure I know who I'm going to be introducing here, so I say this right. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Mike Hernandez now. Hey, Mike, you're in the room. Did you know you speak Polish?
Jestem bardzo podekscytowany Lifewave, ponieważ pomagamy ludziom żyć długo, zdrowo i młodo.
Right? Now, this next one, I think, is a kick in the head.
Yeah, I love this one. So, Roy Sergiorno, I don't know where you're at right now, but did you know that you speak French?
Je suis enthousiaste à propos de Lifewave parce que nous aidons les gens à vivre longtemps, à bien vivre et à rester jeunes.
And of course, David Jumper, who's got a massive organization in Japan. And we've talked about this, at some point, wouldn't it be cool if the interface on the phone is entirely in Japanese? There are all these answers in Japanese, and there's David Jumper speaking in Japanese, all of the answers that he has to impart to the folks in Japan. That's what we're talking about here.
ライフウェイに興奮しています。人々が長く健康的に優しく生きる手助けをしています。
Boom. Now remember what they're saying. I love Lifewave so much because we're helping people live long, live well, live young. They're all saying that, but they're saying it in a bunch of different languages.
Well, Peter, no. Welcome. Is Deutschland in the house right now? Where's Deutschland? Where's Germany? Peter, no. You speak German now.
Ich bin so aufgeregt über Lifewave, weil wir den Menschen helfen, lange zu leben, gut zu leben und jung zu leben.
It's just so cool, right? So here's Renita Brennan, who has no energy, and here she is speaking Korean.
라이프웨이브에 대해 매우 기대하고 있습니다. 우리는 사람들이 오래 살고 잘 살고 젊게 살도록 돕고 있습니다.
All you Koreans in the audience, I look forward to hearing back from you. Do you say that's realistic? Is that good? Oh, I got thumbs up over there. Fantastic.
All right, Steve Merritt's sitting right here with us. Well, Steve, you now speak Italian.
Sono entusiasta di Lifewave perché stiamo aiutando le persone a vivere a lungo, vivere bene, vivere giovani.
Steve, are you impressed? He's nodding his head. Yes, he is. Okay, perfect. And Romania, Lisa Wu from Taiwan, right? She's unbelievable elite SPD. She now speaks Romanian.
Sunt foarte entuziasmați de LED, deoarece noi ajutăm oamenii să trăiască bine, să trăiască mai mult și să trăiască mai tineri.
Incredible. Now this next one, interesting. I'm sure some of you know Mr. Ichikawa, Yumi Ichikawa, in from Japan, massive organization in Japan. Big reason why Japan took off like a rocket ship when X-39 was launched. Doesn't speak much English, if at all. But now, and he kind of played with the sentence a little bit, as you'll see, but my goodness, listen to Mr. Ichikawa speaking English.
What is wonderful about Lifewave is that it can provide everyone with a healthier and longer happiness.
A longer and healthier happiness for Mr. Ichikawa. Who's next?
Well, we've heard from a lot of our elite SPDs, but
Yes.
why don't we hear from none other than our president, Meredith Burkich, speaking in Thai. Meredith, if you're listening, here you go.
ฉันรู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากเกี่ยวกับ Lifewave เพราะเราได้ช่วยให้ผู้คนมีชีวิตที่ยืนยาว มีชีวิตที่ดี และมีชีวิตที่อ่อนเยาว์
So there you go. So the concept, right? Kind of cool. We've all heard of the concept of information haves and information have-nots. Which would you rather be? So we're all about making sure that the information you need to grow your business is accessible as fast as possible, so the velocity of your business growth can be increasing all the time. So that's it for now. Stay tuned. We'll keep you posted on the pilot program. Thank you.
Why did they use me? Jim, come on. I need to speak Thai too. Okay, that technology is going to be so helpful to the next three people that I'm going to present onto stage. They are already taking Lifewave across the globe. Please help me welcome VP EMEA, Claudia Hartneck, VP APEC, Dr. Edward Chu, and the GM, US and Canada, Garrett Johnson. Woo!
Hello, Lifewave. Thank you. Hello. How's everybody doing? Okay, today announce some promotions. You better take your pen and paper. No. Okay, I think you saw David reveal
a product that probably going to change how the MLM industry is going to be. And of course, we hear from our Chief Operating Officer, Coleman, saying that push the envelope, right? Whatever volume that you bring, he will produce. And from our side, we give an update from the region. And obviously in Lifewave, we work hard and play hard. So in this session, we'll be revealing the next destinations for all the 3 region incentive trip for 2024, 2025.
You got it. I was excited.
In the Asia Pacific region, most of you guys will not know that the first company that David started outside US is in Taiwan. It started with a mere size of just 2,000 square feet. Today, fast forward 17 years, we have more than 1,000 square feet facilities to support all our brand partners with a 7 corporate office and 3 strong third-party logistics to reach the products to you guys each time you order. 17 years ago, we started with just 5 corporate staff. Today, we got more than 150 corporate staff across the 7 offices to work with everyone in Asia Pacific region. From 1 brand partner, today, we got close to 500,000 brand partners in Lifewave in Asia Pacific region. From 1 senior presidential directors, we have more than 150 senior presidential director in Lifewave Asia Pacific region, and more than 30,000 manager rank and above in the region. So as what Coleman has said, be confident, push the envelope, and we're ready to work with you guys to reach $1 billion company. So now I pass to Claudia to give an update on Europe.
Thank you.
South Africa.
So before I start, I need to start with an apology. Yesterday, during the Parade of Nations, we missed a country. Now, missing a country is bad enough, but if that country is one of your top 3 countries in a region, it is horrendous. So help me welcome that one country that we have missed, and that is Poland. Welcome to Dallas. Welcome to this conference. And to those over 50 brand partners from Poland that are here today, from the bottom of my heart, Bedówka. So, Europe, it is so fantastic to be standing here and be able to talk about the growth that Europe has. And when I say Europe, it is always Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So that would always include the 47 nations that we have in Europe. We have Israel and we have South Africa. So take a look at this. I mean, between early 2023 and year to date, we are almost 1.5 times the sales volume that we were doing in early 2023. Year to date, that's an increase of 80%. Now, who's good in mathematics? 80% is so short of 100. That's doubling the business in only 9 months. So I am incredibly proud being here today because this is not us. This is you. It is your hard work. And for that, we are incredibly grateful. So thank you so much. A few details on who these countries with this incredible growth are is Israel. 650%. Israel, give a round of applause to Israel. And let me mention this. For all the other countries in this world, there are no excuses. 650% for Israel, a country that is at war right now. No excuses. South Africa, where are my South Africans? 330%. Wow. The same, where are the Portuguese in the room? Portugal, 330%. Poland, and you see why it's so horrendous to haven't forgotten them? Poland is a country that has been in the Lifewave business for 20 years now. 210% increase. So nobody's going to tell me that after 20 years, you cannot still increase your business. Romania, similar, 170%. Wow. UK, 140. Thank you for everyone who's doing the business in UK. Switzerland, 60%. Germany, 30%. France, 15%. Italy, 10%. So what am I trying to tell you here? No country, these are all over double-digit growth in Europe. So proud to be part of your team. Thank you so much. And I will not forget, the #1 ranked country still is Germany, followed very closely, as you can see, by Poland, South Africa, Portugal, Italy. So in the next month, I am really curious to see how this country share will evolve, because it is evolving by the minute, by the day, by the week. So we in Europe, we try to communicate as timely as possible with all our brand partners, and we have 2 channels that we use for this. One is our Facebook Europe Lifewave Business Builder. This is the QR code. So whoever is interested in knowing what's going on in our region, please sign up to this Facebook group. It's where we share whatever information we have for you. The same, we have a WhatsApp channel that is Lifewave Europe on WhatsApp. You will not find it if you search for it. So please either sign up through this QR code or take a picture of the QR code and send it to your teams in Europe. Excellent. I guess that was me, and now it's our host country.
All right. So many exciting things happening around the world, but let's take a look at North America. Is that okay? Woo! So they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. I think graphs are as well. I like numbers. That makes me a bit of a nerd. I realize that. But what I love about this graph is this shows from 2019, about the same time we launched X39 all the way through to today. And to see that growth, if you can see back in 2019, that's that first little square, you can almost can't see it, to see to where it is today is nothing short of amazing. And it's because of the efforts and everything that you are doing every single day that's making a difference in changing people's lives. The other thing I want to point out in this graph is that little dot means a few people were being helped back then. Compared to today, of all the people all over North America that are absolutely being blessed by the amazing patches and getting the health and wellness that they need. And so this is a testament to many, many lives that have been changed because of your efforts. This is something that you should be incredibly proud of. But this is just the beginning. There is so much more, and we know that this graph is going to continue to go in this way. In fact, we might look at it in a few years from now, and it won't even look anything like this because it'll be that much bigger. Let's take a look at individual growth for each markets. Canada is up 412% over last year at the same time. That's a market that has struggled, and they're doing amazing. Canadians, let's hear from you. We got some over here. Yes, in the back. Mexico is up 340% over the same time last year. Let's hear from Mexico. Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is 702% above this time last year. Puerto Rico has about 3 million people. Let's just do a comparison. Canada has about 26 million roughly. Puerto Rico overall in dollar sales is bigger than Canada, believe it or not. And so incredible growth. They should be very proud of everything they're doing. Now we're kind of taking it up in the back, here in the US, 184%. But when we take a look at the US and it's about 60% of company sales, that's still pretty darn good. And so we certainly want to recognize. So let's hear from our Americans. Woo! Now I have this special opportunity to make a special announcement to our Canadian leaders. We have they have gone through some challenges where we've had to pull a number of our products out of the market, and now we're able to put back last August most of our products, but there were 3 products that were not available at that time. And so today we're going to announce that we are going to be launching, these are the ones we brought back last year, and we're going to be bringing back 3 products, the Energy Enhancer, the YH Carnosine, and the YH Glutathione, except in Canada, we can't use those names. They're considered claims, and so we have to make some adjustments. So, Energy Enhancer is now going to be known in Canada as Inner Spark. That's our marketing team's done a great job, and it certainly gets the message out there that it certainly will help build energy. Carnosine is now YH Advance. And glutathione is now YH Renew. So these 3 products are going back into Canada, and they're going to be available for purchase starting on October 21st, next Monday. Woo! Which we are thrilled about. We are also going to be doing a road show in 2 weeks. Take a quick picture of these if you want to go along, but this is going to be an opportunity for us to roll out these products in Canada a week after the launch. And so we are so excited to be able to spend that time with our Canadian family. We also have some ways in which we can communicate with our field, and this is through our Facebook group. We have our North America Facebook group as well as the Mexico Facebook group. So please take advantage of those. If you're not already a member in that group, make sure you join. Now, who is ready to see where we're going on our next incentive trips?
Okay, video please.
Roll the video.
Early next year, we will be officially launching Indonesia.
All right, how about for Europe? Roll the video. Okay, now who from North America would like to know where we're going? Let's roll the video. All right, who's gonna come with us to Punta Mita, Mexico? Woo! So that covers everywhere in the world. And so it's an opportunity for everyone to be able to earn a trip, to be able to go to one of these amazing locations, depending on where they're from. How many of you would like to know how to qualify? All right. So how to qualify? There's a number of different ways to qualify, but it is very similar to what we had previously, but there's a few changes. In our personally sponsored points, we want to incentivize the activities that are going to help you build your business. So we've actually doubled the number of points that you get when you enroll a new brand partner. You can still enroll a PC or PC Plus and get points for that as well. And when you can also get points for, let's see, personally, oh, let's go back one, I guess, sorry. Anyway, you can also get points for upgrades. Now, the upgrades are going to work a little bit different to last time. The upgrades will be incremental points based on what pack you're actually in upgrading to, where I think you got multiple points if you upgraded. And so that's been adjusted a little bit this time. But another thing that we changed in this one is the number of points that you get for rank advancing. When you personally rank advance to manager, you get 10 points. Last time, it was 2 points.
2 points.
So to be able to get a little bit more exciting, a little bit more, for those who are rank advancing, we added more points. But it also means that a senior presidential director gets 50 points. And so that's going to be really big. So in order to qualify, for a person to qualify for this, you need to have 100 points for 2 people to go with 1 flight and 140 points with 2 people for 2 flights.
2 flights.
And so for a senior presidential director, you're already 50 points is halfway there. So we're really incentivizing rank advancements to be able to help get there. Now, if you help a member of your team rank advance, you can see here as well, there's a way that you can help do that. Rank maintenance is also another way you can earn points, where for every month or every week, I should say, that you maintain your rank, and it's the rank based off of when you started. So if you start the period and you're a manager, as a manager, and you maintain manager or above the whole time, you'll get points for each week. And so that's another way to be able to earn points to qualify for the incentive trip. Does that sound doable? Who is going to go for it?
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you. See you in Bali.
See you in Dubrovnik.
And see you in Punta Mita, Mexico. Now, it's our pleasure to bring out our managers, our sales managers from around the world to be able to start us off on some of our most exciting part of this event, which is our incentive or recognition. So help bring out all of our sales managers from around the world.
Well, as Garrett mentioned, this is one of our favorite segments at our global conferences because it gives us an opportunity to recognize you, our brand partners, for your achievements as you're growing your business in your communities across the world. This is a way for us to see who is working in here at Lifewave and being able to build your business and have success and help people grow along with you. We say manager is the first rank in our compensation plan, and it's a foundational rank. I believe the most important rank because it's creating the foundation of a solid business. So becoming a manager making machine is the goal. The more managers you can build in your business, the more solid your business will become. So we want to celebrate you, our newest managers. Who was with us last year at our last global conference in Orlando, Florida? Okay. From last year, from September 18th, 2023 to September 15th, 2024, we want to recognize you, our newest managers that rank advanced the rank and manager in that time period. So if you're a new manager that rank advanced between September 18th of last year and September 15th of this year, we want you to get on your feet. We want to see who you are, and we want to recognize you for your achievements. Look at all those managers. I keep seeing them standing up. Fantastic. Well, congratulations, managers. You are on the path. Managers, that first step, and then we move on to the second step, which is the rank of director. So in that same time period, if you rank advance the rank of director, I'm going to be asking you to start lining up here on this side of the stage, because we're going to actually have you come up and join us and walk in across stage. So if you're a new director who rank advanced between September 18th of last year and September 15th of this year, come on up. We're going to have our lovely ushers here on the right. And as you're doing that, I do want to make a comment of how important it is to the rank advancements, how important they are in our business. It's a clear indication of how the life of the company is going. How's the growth going? It's based on seeing all the rank advancements. So here's going to be a clear way of seeing the new directors come across stage on how Lifewave, this incredible growth, is going. So come on up, directors. Congratulations. We'll come up the stage here and walk across. New directors from all over the world. I'm seeing all these nationalities. So just so you know, we have over 700 new directors here with us today. Make sure if you're over in the overflow room and you're a new director, you can come over on this and want to recognize you. Now let's wave those flags. How many new directors?
Just 1 year.
Wow. Didn't I say 700, over 700 new directors in this room alone? Not even all those of you that are at home and you rake events a director, congratulations to you as well. But wow, all these new managers, new directors, congratulations to all of you. I do want to make one important announcement for our new senior directors and our new executive directors. We have an award for you that we want to give you a little bit later, but specifically, we have an awards room coming up where you're going to be able to pick up an award for when you come up on stage. So we want to make sure you go over by the registration area. You're going to find the awards section. You're going to go over there and grab your award today. And then tomorrow, you have that available to you to pick it up. And then you'll be able to, when you come across stage tomorrow, you can have that award with you. So, sorry. Oh, it's executive and presidential. Excuse me. Can we give a round of applause to Amber, our director of recognition, for reminding me that? Thank you, Amber. So it's actually our executive and presidential brand partners. We have the awards for you right next to registration. Through the Peacock Terrace, you'll be able to find that here today and tomorrow before recognition. So make sure you go and do that. And we will see you a little bit later for future recognition. Thank you so much, everybody.
I cannot tell you all how excited I am. I told you guys this was a cool stage, right? Did we already talk about this? I'm glad that a lot of you came over to this stage. It is more of an intimate setting and it feels like I'm actually talking to you all and I can see your faces, which is great. So one of the things that I love about learning of Lifewave is the Be the Light motto. It means so much to this company. And the next duo that I'm going to present came all the way from Denmark. They're the Paradigm Duo, and they have a special one-of-a-kind. I see the flag. Yes, Denmark. And they have a one-of-a-kind song. You already know what it is, and I hinted to it earlier. Be the Light, Reg and Andreas. Aren't they great? I love them already.
Come on. Hello, everybody. So my name is Andreas, and as Elvin just said, I come all the way from Denmark, and I'm a senior director with Lifewave and been part of the company since 2012. Can you believe it? Woohoo! And I even was along on the 10-year anniversary cruise back in 2014. So around that same time, I talked with my music buddy and good friend, Reg Downey, and told him about the patches.
Hello, everybody. My name is Reg. I'm a Canadian, but I've been transplanted to Copenhagen, Denmark. And I work together with Andreas. So we are excited to be here today. We got an email a few months back telling us that the conference was going to be called Be the Light.
So we looked at each other and said, this has to be the title of a new song.
So we have written a song where we have simply integrated all kinds of things that have to do with Be the Light and Lifewave.
And we are known as Paradigm Duo. And
see?
Yep. Spelled D-Y-M-E.
Yes.
So today we are actually, on this very day, the 18th of October, we are launching our new album, Be the Light, on all streaming platforms.
All streaming platforms. You can find us under Paradigm Duo, so go for it. And a new music video on YouTube, so hey.
So find us on Spotify, Instagram, and Facebook, and everywhere.
So now we got to teach these people.
Yes, because
we need your help, guys. Are you ready to be a part of this song?
Okay.
Because you know what, we need you guys to like do the whole, can you do this? All right, Andreas, now we're going to teach you
like this.
what we're doing.
Oh, oh. oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 you gotta be the light.
Yeah, so that's it. Now, halfway through the song, this starts. I think you'll figure it out. Shall we?
And you have to promise to sing along. Do you promise to sing along?
Yes, good.
Thank you. So I think there is much more than we're dreaming of. So let's try to see if we can lift the roof of this building.
That's right. So now we're going to sing Be the Light.
Oh, 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 oh. Trains are passing by, afraid to take a ride, always standing here alone. Longing for a place, wanna join the race, not just sitting here at home. Life goes by anyway. Gonna take the ride and leave it all behind and say, don't just see the light, don't be gone, it's more than we're dreaming of. Don't just hold the light, pass it on to someone who needs it more. Travel to the moon, see everything from outer space. Breathing from the sun will evaporate any haze. Don't just see the light, you gotta be the light.
Valley down below, so dark and moving slow, hard to see the path until light strikes a night, radiance so bright, shining from the top of the hill,
flowing away. Reflecting in our eyes, the energy is rising. Don't just see the light, go beyond. There's more than we're dreaming of. Don't just hold the light, pass it on to someone who needs it more. Travel to the moon, see everything from outer space. Feeding from the sun will evaporate any haze. Don't just see the light, you gotta be the light. Oh, 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 oh,
you gotta be the light.
Oh, 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 oh.
Life goes by.
Gonna take the ride and leave it all behind and say, don't just see the light, don't be gone, it's more than we're dreaming of. Don't just hold the light, pass it on to someone who needs it more. Travel to the moon, see everything from outer space. From the sun, don't just see the light. You gotta be the light. Oh, 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 oh. You gotta be the light. Oh, 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 oh. You gotta be the light. Oh, 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 oh. You gotta be the light. Oh, 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 oh. You gotta be the light.
Yeah.
Lifewave, please welcome back to the stage your founder and CEO, David Schmidt.
Where's everybody? What's going on? Get back in here. I have in my hands a piece of paper. And on this piece of paper is an important announcement. Because we have a special guest. It's a surprise guest. So I'd like to have these seats filled. Can we get everybody back? Okay, I got my little fella up over here. You guys can sit and relax. We're going to be here for a minute. We have a surprise guest. You guys having a great time? Please give another round of applause for Reg and Andreas. They were incredible, weren't they? They wrote that song for us. Okay. Well, it's really my pleasure to introduce this gentleman. He is the founder. He's got a really long introduction, by the way. He is the founder of Elevate, which is a production company on a mission. Elevate is one of the most prolific creators of socially conscious media. As a filmmaker, he has been granted rare access into the minds and hearts of world-renowned philosophers, scientists, physicists, doctors, authors, shamans, and human development experts. As a director, he has helmed numerous award-winning and record-setting productions, including theatrical features, network television specials, commercials, and music videos for platinum artists. In 2006, his passion for uniting creatives inspired the birth of Elevate Film Festival. In less than 3 years, the film festival earned the title of the world's largest single screening film event, hosting up to 6,000 people per screening, filling prestigious arenas such as the Kodiak Theater, the Pasadena Civic, and the Nokia LA Live. In 2011, he received the Conscious Life Humanitarian Award and named a member of the Transformational Leadership Council. In 2020, he directed the documentary series Plandemic that shows the connections and conflicts of interest between the media, the medical industry, politics, and the financial industry during the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2023, he directed the film The Great Awakening that assembles the forbidden puzzle pieces to reveal the big picture of what's really happening in America and beyond. He is a humanitarian, a spiritual thought leader whose goal is to empower the masses and bring awareness to the issues affecting our times. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm and loud Lifewave welcome to our friend, Mickey Willis. Thank you, Mickey. Thank you. Wow. Mickey, it's so great to have you here. The first thing, the most important thing, I would like to thank you on behalf of our community for everything that you are doing to bring awareness to the problems, the modern problems that we're facing. It takes a man of courage. It takes a man of faith. It takes a man of God to do that. And I am so honored to be associated with you.
Thank you, David. I'm honored too. I am honored to be here. Thank you so much. It's great to see all of you way back there. Wow. I was blown away by stage B, and David said, come on over to the main stage. Wow. So good on you guys for all the good that you're spreading out in the world. I mean, that's really what the inspiration for my work is to counter all the negativity and all the harmful products and all the ways that we are being poisoned and lied to and divided, to bring us back together into a place of natural health and unity and love above all. Well,
So I want to talk to you for a moment about COVID-19.
Sure.
And the pandemic, or the plandemic more appropriately. So Lifewave, you and I came at this from a different perspective, but along the same line of thinking. When I saw what was happening and unfolding, I began to reach out to the doctors and scientists that were in our network that we do clinical studies with. And I wanted to know for myself, through clinical research that we were going to sponsor, were the vaccines safe and effective the way that we were being told? And the short story is we did clinical research with Dr. Brian Daly at a hospital in New York, and we found in 80 out of 80 people, all of these people had elevated inflammation, a mutated immune system, elevated white blood cell count, and this was incredibly damaging to people's health. Yeah. So I was certainly convinced that what was going on was sinister compared to what we were being told.
Well, yeah, that's, and I just want to say, first of all, it's amazing that we can have this conversation. It shows how much the tide has turned. Hence the title of the movie that I released last year, The Great Awakening. We really are in the middle of a great awakening, and it's incredible. It's hard to know that so many people have suffered, but that's sometimes what it takes, a great sacrifice for us to wake up beyond all the conditioning that keeps us numb, dumb, and following leaderships right off the edge of our lives. And so it's been amazing. The reason people often ask me, they'll say, how were you so quick to jump on, have a film out and ready and released in May of 2020? As a matter of fact, by show of hands, how many of you saw the first pandemic when it came out? Awesome. Or by applause, let's do that. Then I can hear you way back there. Okay, good. Awesome, awesome. Now, people ask me that. They say, it came out May 4th, 2020. How did you know then? And the answer is really simple. My brother was killed by a medicine called AZT that was prescribed by Anthony Fauci in the 80s and 90s. My mother died 34 days later by bad cancer treatments. And so as a young man raised by a single mom, she was literally my hero. To have that kind of trauma happen back to back with older brother and mother, it was a real wake-up call for me to start giving a second look to this thing we call Western medicine. And I started to travel the world and study all the different ancient techniques of healing and energy healing, and which is one of the reasons I'm on stage here today, and very honored to be here working with a man who has done so much for innovating new technologies that heal us from the inside out. And so it was a very risky and controversial thing that we did, as most of you saw how much the media attacked us and attacked Dr. Judy Mikovits, who was featured in the first Plandemic film, which, by the way, thanks to the censorship, Plandemic 1 is the most seen independent film in all of history. 1.5 billion and beyond views that the movie has received right now. So that's what happens when they try to shut down the human voice and the human spirit. But it was, recognizing who was at the helm of the response to the pandemic. We weren't anti-vaccine or anything like that. It was just recognizing that the people that were at the helm of this and understanding medicine enough to know that you can't rush to market anything like that. There's a reason they call it long-term studies. You can't do a long-term study in a short period of time. And so we knew that something was awry and that people were going to be harmed. And at the very least, people needed to at least have an be able to make informed decisions about their health and what they put into their bodies. And to feel that our government was forcing and coercing people to do something with or without religious exemptions or whatever it might have been, it really brought back a lot of memories of other parts of our history where things like this have happened. If you know the Tuskegee experiment and a lot of other things that have happened that was shock to us, that like, will we really allow this to happen here in America? And we certainly want to be safe, and we certainly wanted to honor the incredible field of medicine if it works and if it truly is safe and effective. But in this case, because of who was at the helm of this operation, I knew 100% that things were going to be corrupted by politics. And that's exactly what ended up happening. And now we're making movies on people which we're going to talk to you about it later, because there's a lot of people who have experienced severe injuries as a result of following the science. And they're in the thousands, tens of thousands of people and we have a movie coming out called Follow the Silenced, because these were people who followed the science and then they were silenced after they started to say, 4 hours later, and they haven't walked since. There's people in this film who are 22 years old who haven't walked since 2021. And so, when something like this happens, it's a wake-up call for all of us. And my team and I and everyone decided, we know that this could be literally the last move we've ever made. Maybe we'll never work again. Who knows? We're trapped in an industry that prohibits you from speaking outside the narrative. And a country that's built and based upon, there's a reason that the Bible says in the beginning was the Word, and that our Constitution, the very first amendment, is about free speech. The power of our voice matters so much. And so just understanding that so many people, so many Americans, tax-paying citizens, were being forbidden to speak out loud, to tell the truth, to warn other people, to at least let them know that they may want to hesitate or to look into it and understand what their blood type is and how they might be more affected than other people. These are the things that we've always been told to do, to get second opinions in medicine, but in this case, no one was allowed to do that. So it became very suspicious. And I will say now that we're now on the edge of 2025, 100% of every claim that was made, and the Plandemic series now is number 4 was just released, Plandemic the musical. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but you need to see it. Trust me, it's real, and there's a reason that we made it. We're reclaiming our art and our creative spirit to come back, take our music back, take our laughter back, our comedy back, and all the things that are being sucked away from us so that we live a joyless life, which is not possible. The human spirit is here to celebrate and to laugh and to create. We've been told for so long that we are consumers and consumers take, but we are creators in the likeness of the Creator, here to give.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
So an interesting thing happens. You and I have something in common, is that when we knew we were being lied to by the government, by the people in charge, we got angry, upset. But what's interesting is we channeled that energy and became creative. So in your case, you started to put together works of art so you could communicate through the media that you're used to working with what was really going on, what was the truth. And in my case, I went into the lab and I said, I'm going to invent something, which became the water machine, so we could empower people with a technology that could change their lives. So now we would have these tools of energy medicine, science, communication, where we could push back against the narrative and empower people with freedom. And we've combined those efforts together.
We have. And you are all the first in the world to hear about this collaboration. And I will just tell you, as we kind of tease it along here, I will just tell you that this collaboration, this untitled, unnamed collaboration, has already created a ripple effect of healing within my company. So we have a team of incredible filmmakers that travel all over the world. We have about 6 films in productions at all times. So when things come up, I have a researcher in North Carolina right now, and whatever is happening, whatever the media is lying to us about, we send teams there and we start to find what's really happening. So we are a little David against the Goliath of the mainstream media, but here's the deal, we get more views than they do. And they hate it.
Yeah.
And so it's been a real delight because we've done so much effort to fix the problems out there. But in the past year, maybe verging on 2 years now, I've been saying that real change happens in here. And we all need to take responsibility for the life that we're co-creating, the world we're co-creating, the society that we're co-creating. And we have to first get healthy, because if we're not healthy, and then we look at the human organism, we can't really complain that it's not healthy, because we are cells in the body of that organism. And so the work that we're focused on now is solution-based, because we all know there's a problem, and we all know there's a multitude of problems. The problems are going to continue to be there. And so what are we going to do that we're aware of the problems, but we activate that incredible, infinite, brilliant human creative spirit to rise above those problems and create solutions to each of them, because that's when we really expand and grow our intelligence. And so we are focused on all the elements that have been, the secrets that have been kept from us, regarding ways that we are supposed to eat, we're supposed to drink, we're supposed to experience the powers of nature. As I always say to people, I'm a believer in medicine. I'm not against medicine. I'm against corrupt medicine. I'm against the politics of medicine. I'm against the medicine that is there to keep us sick and unhealthy so that they get rich. And I always say, if you just stop for a moment, because I think that we're moving so fast and we're so distracted by these little things that you guys are holding up right now. We're so distracted by design that we forget to stop and to understand just how magnificent this experience of life is. Every medicine and food that we need grows from the ground. And it is often in primary colors and in the shape and design of the very organ it's meant to affect. You crack open a carrot and you look at the inside of a carrot and it looks like the pupil of an eye. And guess what? It's great for your eyes. A bell pepper, 4 chambers in the shape of a heart. And guess what? It's good for your heart. Avocado in the shape of the cervix with a seed in the middle. And guess what it's good for? And we go on and on. A walnut. Open that up. It looks like a little mini brain with 2 hemispheres, and it's brain food. It's almost as if God said, children, one day you're going to lose your way. So I'm going to make these things look like exactly what they're meant for in primary colors like Legos, so you don't get confused. And they're pretty enough to fascinate you that you might eat them. And then we have these industries going, no, look away from all that. Look away from all of that. And just use the synthetic stuff here that's going to keep you dependent upon our system. And the people, the gift of COVID, I've traveled all over the world, met with audiences this size and smaller, all over the world, is that people are waking up to realize that. And they're waking up to understand the potential of the human body when we feed it right, when we understand the power of light, the power of water, and really take control of what it is that we put into our bodies and what we put out, what we broadcast out of our bodies. When we're responsible for that. And I've seen around the world, I've said COVID unleashed and awakened and gave birth to a generation of citizen journalists. Because in 2020, I could send out my latest research and I could go in front of an audience like this and I could tell you my latest research and people would go, no way, what? I can't do that anymore. Now I can tell you what I think is the most mind-boggling information, and half the audience goes, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I shared it yesterday. Oh, yeah, I know that. Everybody's aware now. They're aware, they're awake, you're sharing information online, and you're paying attention. And we're particularly paying attention to what's happening within our government. And that's the thing that we're working so hard to reshape right now. But it all starts with what we do on the inside. So that's why when this opportunity came up, and there's some people I want to thank that couldn't be here today because they're so busy. My team is on a flight right now, I believe, to do an interview that might pertain to this collaboration up here, perhaps. And so they couldn't be here. So I want to thank Matthew Guthrie, Tyler Lindsay, Eric Felderhoff, my wife who is here. My wife and children are here, right there. My wife, who's my producing partner. I want to thank Jim Caldwell. I want to thank I want to thank David. Thank you so much because it's changing the shape of our business already. I was telling him backstage that, you know, we spend 12 hours a day, at least 5 days a week, and we look at all the footage, and some of it's really bad. We see the footage that gets blurred out on the news. We see the raw stuff. And we become thick-skinned because we love what we do and we know we're in service. We know that we're on the right side of history, so that keeps us going. Yet, we're susceptible to the negativity at times, and it can sometimes weigh us down. And the project that we're so honored to be collaborating on right now has changed the DNA, literally, in my company, such that we're starting to feel a lightness within our work. And it's been therapeutic for us in so many ways that I thank you so much, because there's so much more light infused in the work that we're doing now, and you're about to see a little bit of that. And it's been a real honor. But last but not least, I want to thank a friend of about 20 years, Beamy Casey. Beamy Casey has been a dear friend of my wife's and mine for a number of years, and without her introduction to David, this project that we're about to unveil in front of you right now would not be possible. So thank you, Beamy, so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mickey. So I think we've probably teased them long enough. So, dear family, our Lifewave family, we introduce you to a new technology this morning, our water technology, our water machine. And I know you're excited about it. You want to share it with the rest of our community, your brand partners, your customers. But what if we could bring this technology to the rest of the world so that everyone can hear about Lifewave and light-infused water? So let's take this opportunity to show you a teaser trailer for a Lifewave water documentary. Let's take it away.
We'll be back.
We'll be back. I was about 7 years old, and we had a family get together at my grandparents' house. And one of my uncles was an inventor for Bell Labs, an extremely successful inventor.
Sweet dreams, little friends. And now for the Mandarin. First, I better check my energy gauge. Oh.
My cousins, they said, hey, let's break away from the adults, and we want to go take a look at something. So we went up into the attic. Being in that environment, something started to really resonate with me. I just thought this was the coolest thing. And when we got up there was something covered by this blanket. My cousins took the blanket off, and I saw this incredible machine. It had all of these tubes, electronic controls, dials, and I was immediately fascinated. It was then that I knew that I want to be an inventor when I grow up. My name is David Schmidt. I am a husband, father, inventor, and the CEO and founder of Lifewave. From when I was young, I always had an interest in exploring the world and learning about how things work. We didn't have the distraction of cell phones and computers, so I spent a lot of time outside with my friends, exploring the natural world, looking at insects, going for walks in the woods, and trying to understand how all these things in nature function and enjoying the beauty of it.
So we've asked science to tell us who we are. We have an answer, and many scientists are not comfortable with where that answer is leading.
The origin of life problem is, I think most scientists today claim that that is the most difficult problem, and we still face it. Sometimes people talk about, well, we could create life in the lab, but in that case, it's usually an intelligent design explanation because you have the scientists with their intelligence bringing together chemicals, not that they find in nature, but from a chemical supply company, and then putting them together in some very intentional way.
Science is arriving at the place where our ancestors invited us to begin. And that is with the understanding that we are part of, rather than separate from, the world around us. Could it be that who or whatever is responsible for us left us a message? If this is true, where would we look for proof?
God has left his fingerprint in nature and in natural design. And by studying nature with this perspective, we can unlock some secrets that have been hidden. The DNA is thought of as a reservoir or repository of information, but actually it's much, much more than that.
There's a message encoded into the DNA of all life. What it says is that the elements that make us who we are not random. And as we begin to embrace what that means, that we are part of everything that we see happening in the world, it gives new meaning to what it means to be human. Not only are we more than the product of random processes, we are designed to interact with the world around us as well as the world within us.
In our DNA, there is actually a link to the ether where light is emitted.
Light is information. We are constantly receiving information and transmitting information into the world around us, into the field around us.
Light, as it turns out, is the primary control mechanism for everything else that happens in the body. We can understand the language of the DNA, the code by which this all works. That means we can use light in an entirely different way to improve our health, quality of life, and even change the way we age. What if we could have an external electromagnetic field that would essentially reset the stem cells that are already in our bodies and get them to function like younger, healthier cells? What if we could embed wavelengths of light into water that would trigger the regenerative mechanisms and cause people to heal at a rate as when they were younger? What if we actually found out that in a book that was written thousands of years ago, that information already existed? The first sentence of the book of Genesis is about, in the beginning, how God created the heavens and the earth. So when God was creating the heavens and the earth, there was a mathematical blueprint, and that blueprint shows up in nature. And it happens to show up in organisms that don't age. The mathematical codes are identical. The implications to this are absolutely extraordinary.
There's a new philosophy that is emerging in the scientific community. And the philosophy simply says that consciousness informs itself through its creations. And I think it's no accident that it's only now, this time in history, only now, we find a message that reveals the deep truth of our existence. The question is, what is our potential? What are the limits of a human body?
What drives me is that there's this enormous sense of hope that we can create technology to generate clean energy, that we can have foods that aren't genetically modified, and we can meet all of the needs on the planet that we have to, and that we can heal people and give them their lives back. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. There is more information there than most people would ever realize.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you.
What would you all think? What would you all think?
So what did you all
What
think?
would you all think if we had tens of millions of people that saw that on Netflix and Amazon Prime,
Yes, yes.
or maybe at a film festival?
You know, a little story here I forgot to tell you that I have not told you yet, and that is my incredible wife, who's waving over there somewhere. We've been connected with this company for a little over a year now, even though we just met 4 months ago or so. So my wife, we edit our editing facilities in the basement of our home because I like to be at home. I like to be able to see my children every day and not be separated from my family. And my wife has learned that our schedules are so intense that she often comes over, and thank God we trust her, because if she wanted to poison us, she could do it easily, because our whole team trusts her. She'll just say, here's some vitamins for you, take these, and here's some new this, and drink this, and here's some electrolytes, and she's constantly keeping our team. But sometime about a year ago, she started coming around and sticking these things in the back of my neck. And I said, what is this here? And she would say, just go back to work. And she'd stick it on my editor's neck, and she'd go around, and everyone's going, wow, cool, this is really great. And I will tell you this, that it was pretty common thing that we would push ourselves so hard, because when you get to the end of a deadline, we'll do 24 hours straight, that there would be a cascading effect of people getting run down, and it would really disrupt our workflow. And I don't know, but in the past year, we've had none of that experience. And so we were already connected through my wife, and now we get a really good deal on these things, so it's awesome.
Well, Mickey.
Oh, hey, there it is.
Mickey, I want to thank you for your courage and for speaking out and being a voice of light in these times. You are absolute proof that we can push back against the darkness. We can fight these people, and we can win.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you. Thank you all. And thank you to you. Thank you, Jim. It's been such a pleasure so far working with you. I know we've developed a lifelong collaborative friendship here and partnership. And I want to thank all of you for the energy that you put into the world to make our human family healthy and happy again. Thank you so much for that.
Mickey,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mickey Willis, everybody. Okay, well, it's an opportunity now for Lifewave to gift you again this weekend. And we want to give you a gift and an opportunity. And to do that, I'm going to ask our president, Meredith Burkich, to join me back on stage. Meredith Burkich, everybody.
Wow, 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 wow. Was that a see the light moment? Are the wheels in your minds like spinning about what this means to Lifewave and to your future, to the future of your business and your ability to change the world?
So when I want to take a moment and thank Jim Caldwell, because Jim is our global VP of special projects, and Jim is my right-hand man. And honestly, all of these extra things outside of what we do each day to support the network, a lot of those things wouldn't happen without Jim. So Jim, thank you for being a part of this documentary project and for doing such a great job.
I think what stands out to me the most at this moment, everybody, is that we talk about all the time that Lifewave is an innovation company, a company about innovation, but it isn't just about what happens in the lab. It isn't just about what David invents and creates with his teams behind the scenes. It's even down to the tools that you will have to build your business and to change lives. There's innovation. Have you ever seen anything like this in any other direct selling company in the world in all of years? Ever anything like it? Ever? Have you ever? No, because everything that David touches, everything that we build and create together is innovative and has not been done or seen before. So congratulations, David.
Thank you, Meredith. And you know, we couldn't ask for a better partner than Mickey Willis and his team. They are God-centered people. They're thinking about the greater good. They're not in this for making money. They're honestly just focused on this mission of empowering people. And it has been an absolute privilege to work with someone and a group with this type of mindset.
Absolutely.
It's
And
incredible.
the bravery, the courage. Thank you, Mickey. Thank you, team. Please send that back. We are going to be so excited. So next year, I believe in 2025 is going to be the year of the documentary, right? Next year? Is that what we're looking forward to?
That's
What
the
are we
plan.
thinking?
So we're going to be coming out. The timing of this is that you're going to be hearing a little bit more with the water machine and what we're going to do. And you're going to have an opportunity to win one. And then we'll announce those winners at our vision conference that we're having in January. And as these begin to hit the market in the first quarter of next year, that's about the timeline when the documentary is going to be released. However, we want to use this as an opportunity to do something really fun for the Lifewave community. So we don't know yet where this is going to happen. Mickey is working on all of this. Could be at a film festival, could be at a movie theater, but we want to give all of you the opportunity to walk down the red carpet at the world premiere of this documentary.
And so what that means, I assume that everybody's going to be wondering, well, what's next? What's the next big event that we're driving to? We know that in January, we will be having our Vision 2025 virtual conference. How many of you will be tuning into that? How many of you will be making sure that every one of your team members tunes into that? We're going to take that opportunity to announce the promotion on how you can earn your opportunity to go to the red carpet event, wherever it may be. But before we go any further, David, I think there's a little piece of recognition that you wanted to do at this moment when it comes to red carpet.
Absolutely. There is a lot more to this story, so stay tuned. However, Meredith, correctly, none of this would have happened without the power of networking. And this is why I'm so passionate about this industry and would never think of leaving it. Lifewave, all of this came as a result of networking. and this is a great example. So we were connected to Mickey through Bimmy Casey, and we want to take this opportunity to thank Bimmy for bringing us all together and for facilitating this and for helping to make it happen. So please give a warm Lifewave round of applause for Lifewave brand partner Bimmy Casey.
Bimmy Casey!
I am just blown away. I've had to keep this a secret for a year.
And you've done a great job.
Very hard, but it's just incredible. I think you felt from what Mickey said, and you got a sense of Mickey, just how incredible he is. I've known him since the early 2000s, and he's always been involved in transformative media, really helping. He's a light worker in the media, and he brings just the truth and just so much passion and creativity. And this story that he's telling is wonderful.
Well, honestly, Bimmy, I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit, because Mickey is the type of person that he is connected with so many famous people. He's engaged in so many projects. So I think if I had picked up the phone and tried to reach Mickey, I don't think I would have been able to. That all happened because of you.
Okay. Well, relationships, that's what this business is. And somebody like Mickey, who is just an expert and so well regarded in the field and won so many awards. And when we were talking about how to get this message out, it was like Mickey. He was really the only one. And I knew what a great job he's done on everything. So it was a perfect fit. Yeah, really, I happened to be, through grace, in the right place at the right time. I'm just a vehicle.
And it was so interesting because when we connected on this, at the time we were thinking about the patches. And Jim and I were talking about this as like, okay, this is an incredible opportunity to work with Mickey. Let's think about this. And as we talked about a story and how the story would be told, it started to become really evident that this needs to be about light infused water. And this is a new opportunity. And then the storyline for the documentary, it was a gift. It just unfolded. That's the grace of God's presence. So I feel incredibly fortunate that the timing was that we were ready to tell the story about the water.
Yeah, perfect timing. Just like you were ready to introduce, you've been teasing us for a year, and we've been waiting for this, and it's like bringing a Lifewave out into the world so that we can all benefit in a bigger way, because who we are, and that we're all light workers, and we really care, and this is going to turn the whole world on to Lifewave.
Now, I know you're excited about walking down the red carpet.
Yes, I'm ready. I've got some of my clothes already. I want that front row seat, right?
I think we can make that happen.
I think we can make that happen.
Don't you think so? Front row seat?
I think we can make that happen.
I think we can do that. But we can also go a step further, because the plan that we have is to get this released into either a film festival or into movie theaters, and then get it onto a major platform. So Mickey has a plan for doing that. But the important thing is that we potentially have millions or tens of millions of people around the globe that are going to hear about Lifewave for the first time. And Meredith and I are talking about putting in systems. We've had this discussion with our customer service and our IT, so that people can call into a central line, go to a website, and then we can cultivate these leads of people that are interested in Lifewave and get those leads over to you.
Exactly. And I think that this is the power of that third-party validation for yourselves too. We all know that it is great to do what? Point to the tool. Point to the tool. We have the relationships, but we want to point to the tools. And we at Lifewave are going to provide you with the most cutting-edge, innovative tools so that building your businesses is effortless.
So you all excited about this? So we will keep you posted on the release date of the documentary, on the incentive program, and that's going to be one of the many, many exciting things that happens in 2025, the release of the water machine, the release of the documentary, and some other things that are going to happen that year as well. So thank you for being here to experience the premiere of this teaser trailer, and we're just incredibly excited that we're doing something new and innovative in direct sales and bring it to you first.
Absolutely. Welcome to the light, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
That was unbelievable. I want to tell you all, I could just feel your excitement and it is contagious. I'm backstage and I could just feel it from there. It's so palpable. Mi amigo de Mallorca, I've met so many of you and I recognize each and every one of you. So if I spot you and I say hi, it's because we've talked. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? See, this is from me going into the AI machine. Now I speak perfect Spanish. ¿Qué tal? ¿Todo el mundo bien? Bien. Okay, guys, this has been an incredible day. I am so excited about tomorrow. But before we leave, I want to tell you about a few options. So dinner options. If you're having food near the hotel, you have the food court in the grand ballroom that we've activated for you. Food trucks are between the tower and the atrium entrances. And as I mentioned, you've probably already seen this, but we have a ton of healthy choices. We talked about what we put in our bodies and how important that is. And we're making sure that that message is also within what you consume here near the hotel. Other things, staff will be removing personal belongings tonight, okay? As soon as you leave the room, they're gonna go through and pick up personal belongings. So unfortunately, you cannot save your seat. I know that a lot of you, I came here at 5:45 in the morning and saw a lot of you outside already. No need. I think we can all get in and it will be fine. And you see that you can move between the two stages and they've been great. So if you have any questions regarding the pickup awards, so the big thing that Geraldo mentioned earlier was to pick up those specific awards before your recognition tomorrow. If you can, do that before 8 a.m. And then anything else that you need, we have several booths outside. I am so incredibly excited to see you all tomorrow. Doors open at 8 a.m. We pick up here at 8:30 a.m. More surprises, and as you saw, I did not lie earlier about the Star Trek-like surprises. We have more surprises tomorrow and some incredible surprise performances. So I'm really excited about that. Thank you all so much. The night is yours. I hope you have something very special planned. Thank you. Bye, guys.